Chapter 1593 Those who submit will be spared. In the sky above sky continent, an expanse of space there was deathly silent. Suddenly it started to tremble slightly. A short while later, an extremely fine thread of red energy appeared there. More and more threads of red energy appeared there, and they expanded faster and faster. 2 hours later, the red threads of energy formed a net that enveloped the entire continent. A short while later, a middle-aged man in a dark violet robe appeared there, and it didn't take long for a woman holding a feather fan to appear there as well. The man and woman were the Nether Judge and the Nether Envoy, Fan Inu. The Nether Judge gazed at Fan Inu. Envoy Fan, you've lived here for so long, so you should know it very well. Do you think we'll be able to conquer this universe without facing any problems? Fan Inu gazed at him. What do you think? The Nether Judge chuckled. I think it'll be absolutely easy. Absolutely easy? Fan Inu laughed coldly. Judge, do you think Merak's system is just an ordinary universe? The Nether Judge replied with a question. What? Fan Inu looked down and said, even though this universe doesn't have any extraordinarily strong powers, many extraordinary geniuses have appeared here. Even though every universe gives birth to numerous extraordinary geniuses, some of the figures who came from here have even surpassed the limits of my knowledge. The Nether Judge gazed at Fan Inu. What sort of figures were born from this place? The unfettered one. Fan Inu spoke indifferently. Judge, you're a peerless genius, and your strength is even superior to mine. However, to be honest, if you encounter him while you're both at the same realm of cultivation, then you'll definitely die. The Nether Judge's eyes narrowed slightly. He's that strong? He isn't just that strong, he's extraordinarily strong. Fan Inu continued. His attainments in the Sword Dao are simply godly. Amongst the people I've met, perhaps only Pavilion Master Xiaoxi can fight him. I could in the past, but he grew too quickly, and his attainments in the Sword Dao grew stronger and stronger. If we're in the same realm of cultivation, I'm no match for him at all. She paused for a moment and continued. He isn't the only one. There's another person. That person's strength has completely surpassed my knowledge and understanding. Perhaps even Pavilion Master Xiaoxi is no match for him. The Nether Judge's brows raised. Who is that? Fan Inu replied. An old man in a Taoist robe. Just a clone of his broke through Jian Wuji's stellar sword diagram and caused Jian Wuji's death. Such strength is simply terrifying. The Nether Judge asked. Are they still in Merak's system? Fan Inu shook her head slightly. Both are gone. What a pity! The Nether Judge spoke indifferently. He'll definitely gain a huge amount of experience if I'm able to fight such an expert. He glanced at the continent below him and said, Fortunately, we'll have much less trouble. Once we've conquered this universe, our Nether Pavilion's strength will definitely rise tremendously. It's only a matter of time before we regain the strength we had at our prime. Fan Inu suddenly said, This universe is a burden to us. I understand, of course. The Nether Judge said, Our goal is just the spirit energy of this universe. When the time comes, we'll take away all the spirit energy in this universe. As for this world, it's just as you've said. It's a burden to us, so our Nether Pavilion will naturally not take it. Fan Inu remained silent for a long time, and then she nodded. I understand now. The Nether Judge continued. Envoy Fan, the Pavilion Master sent you and not the 10 Nether Hall this time. The reason for this is very simple. The Pavilion Master doesn't wish for you and them to engage in internal strife right now. However, the Pavilion Master has said that once the mission here is complete, both your sides can put an end to all enmity between you. Fan Inu spoke flatly. I hope so. Suddenly, the space in front of them trembled slightly, and then a little girl appeared in front of them. The little girl was Little Sky. Little Sky glanced coldly at Fan Inu and the Nether Judge. You're not welcome here. The Nether Judge chuckled. 3 days from now, this place will belong to my Nether Pavilion. Little Sky gazed at him and replied, Let's wait and see. The Nether Judge gazed at Little Sky for a long time and replied, We shall. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with Fan Yu. Not long after Fan Yu and the Nether Judge vanished, a young boy appeared by Little Sky's side. The young boy was that boy on the goat. The boy spoke softly. We could have killed them. Little Sky shook her head. I haven't recalled how to unseal my ability to fight. Moreover, it's pointless to kill them. It'll just make the Nether Pavilion become vigilant. The boy nodded slightly. Understood. As he spoke, he gazed at Little Sky. That fellow Yang Yi? Am actually unable to see through his next life. Why is that? Little Sky shook her head. Even I can't. The young boy asked. Why? She replied. 2 possibilities. The first is that he won't die, and hell truly surpass the cycle of reincarnation and attain eternal life. The second is that hell be obliterated, and he has no next life. The young boy nodded. Just as I expected. He paused for a moment and continued. Does he have some sort of precious treasure in his possession? Because his destiny seems to have been changed. No, that's not right. He possesses 2 types of completely different destinies. Little Sky nodded. In any case, that fellow's future is filled with both fortune and disaster. It's impossible to determine if it'll end with fortune or disaster. Indeed. The boy nodded, and then he looked up at the net of red energy in the sky. Should we destroy that formation? Little Sky shook her head. Leave it be. We don't intend to leave anyway. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. The boy stood silently on the spot for some time, and then he vanished as well. The Sprite Palace. Yang Yi was back in the Sprite Palace, and had brought Lei Lin with him. Besides Lei Lin, had brought Shuer as well. Just as had expected, both of them immediately became fond of Sprite Palace. Especially Lei Lin. She was a lightning sprite king, so she was of the same kind as the other sprite kings. She had a stronger sense of belonging here. In the beginning, the sprite kings rejected Shuer slightly. Because she was human and not a sprite king. However, it didn't take long for them to gradually accept her. It was thanks to Snowy and Lei Lin, of course. Lei Lin was extremely close to Shuer, while Snowy liked her because of Yang Yi. Shuer was Yang Yi's daughter, so Snowy naturally liked her. In the past, the Sprite Kings either cultivated or played every single day. Yet now, they had one more assignment, and it was to undergo training. Needless to say, the scene of them being trained was extremely magnificent. There were over 200 Sprite Kings lined up in an orderly fashion outside Sprite Hall. Tang Hu was in the lead. Tang Hu waved her hand. In an instant, all the Sprite Kings fell silent. She flipped her palm, and a flat appeared in her grasp. She waved it abruptly. Attack! Bang! 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 Over 200 beams of various light shot up into the sky. Some were beams of fire, some beams of water, some beams of lightning, and there were even some unknown types of energy. In short, it was magnificent, extremely magnificent. Of course, it wasn't just magnificent, it was extremely terrifying too. In any case, Yang Yi shuddered at the sight of it. Because if all those beams of energy were to shoot towards him, then not to mention his physical defenses, even the casket lid might be blasted into bits. Meanwhile, Tang Hu suddenly said, "Defend!" As soon as she gave the order, countless shields of light instantly appeared above them. These shields of light formed a multicolored barrier of light, and it completely enveloped the entire Sprite Palace. At the same time, Yang Yi noticed that countless types of different energy were surging like the tide towards the barrier of light. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Can I give it a try?" Tang Hu glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. Yang Yi looked up at the barrier of light, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, a terrifying wave of sword intent surged out from within him, and then his sword vanished. The Rebirth Sword. He was very well aware of the strength that these Sprite Kings possessed. So, had immediately utilized the Rebirth Sword. Even though the Rebirth Sword wasn't as strong as the Sword of Rebirth, it was extremely terrifying. Bang! A huge explosion resounded in the sky, and then Yan Ye's sword returned to his grasp, and then nothing happened. Because his sword energy had vanished, and the barrier of light had merely trembled slightly. Yan Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face. Even though had expected it to be very strong, he hadn't expected it to be that strong. Actually, it was normal. Even though not all of these sprite kings were comparable to Rebirth Realm experts, at least half of them were comparable to Rebirth Realm experts. Moreover, a third of them surpasses ordinary Rebirth Realm experts. Yet now, they had joined forces. So it was obvious how terrifying they would be. Tang Hua suddenly asked, "Do you want to give it another try?" Yang Yi shook his head. He would naturally not ask for insult. Unless he used the stellar sword diagram, or the divining flame, it was impossible for him to destroy that barrier of light. Of course, the Sword of Rebirth may be able to, but its chances weren't very great. Time ticked by. It didn't take long for 3 days to pass. Dawn. A voice suddenly resounded through the sky above Sky continent. "Residents of Merak's system, those who submit will be spared." Chapter 1594 Worldsplitter. Along with the voice, the space in the sky above Merak's system started trembling violently. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear in the sky. It was the Nether Judge. After that, the Nether Envoy, Fan Yu, arrived there. The one-armed man and the spear-wielding man were behind Fan Yu. The space there was still trembling incessantly. 3 breaths of time later, almost 100 spear-wielding black-robed men had appeared behind them. All of them were at the Rebirth Realm. The battle hadn't even begun, but the aura they emanated caused the space around them to ripple. A moment later, Little Sky appeared in front of them. Little Sky gazed coldly at them. "The heavens are benevolent. I don't want to kill. But it doesn't represent that I won't kill. I'll give you one last chance. Leave right now. Otherwise, I'll really start killing." Meanwhile, Fan Yu suddenly spoke. "You're the Lord of the Heaven Tao, right?" Little Sky glanced at her and spoke coldly. "I don't know." Fan Yu frowned slightly. She was about to speak when the Nether Judge gazed at her. "Why do you think that she's the Lord of the Heaven Tao?" Fan Yu glanced at Little Sky and replied, "Besides the Lord of the Heaven Tao, I can't think of anyone else who can make the eyes of the Heaven Tao obey." The Nether Judge asked, "Even you haven't met the Lord of the Heaven Tao?" Fan Yu shook her head. "I haven't. However, I think that even if she isn't the Lord of the Heaven Tao, she's linked to the Lord of the Heaven Tao." The Nether Judge nodded, and then he gazed at Little Sky. "Regardless of whether you're the Lord of the Heaven Tao or not, it isn't important anymore. The important thing is that you can command the eyes of the Heaven Tao. My Nether Pavilion doesn't want to kill as well. So how about you tell them to submit and obey my Nether Pavilion? In that way, my Nether Pavilion would have no need to use force and Merak's system would be safe. Isn't that a win-win situation?" Little Sky gazed at the Nether Judge for a long time and said, "Is the Nether Pavilion very strong?" The Nether Judge's eyes narrowed slightly. "You want to find out?" Little Sky nodded. "I really do." The Nether Judge nodded. A moment later, he shot towards Little Sky. Suddenly, a young boy appeared in front of Little Sky, and his expression remained unchanged as he watched the Nether Judge charge towards them. He just raised his flute, and a music note flashed forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the sky while space in a huge area shook violently, and it seemed like the space there was about to collapse. Around 10 breaths of time later, the sky became calm once more. At this moment, the Nether Judge was back where he had been a few moments ago, and he was staring at the young boy with a solemn expression in his eyes. As for Fan Yu and the others, they were extremely shocked. Because they were very well aware of the strength that the Nether Judge possessed. He wasn't the strongest in the Nether Pavilion, but he was definitely in the top 5. Yet now, the young boy before them had actually been able to resist the Nether Judge. Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly said, "Little Wheel, restrain yourself. Don't damage this world." The boy glanced at Little Sky and nodded slightly. After that, he stretched out his left hand, clenched it, and twisted it. World splitter! As soon as he finished speaking, the space around him instantly started to condense in layers. At the same time, a mysterious wave of energy appeared throughout a huge area around him. Yan Yi instantly revealed a solemn expression when he witnessed this scene, because he noticed that the space in the surroundings had been fortified. No, strictly speaking, the space here had been split away from Merak's system. How strong! Yan Yi wasn't the only one who thought in this way, the others were the same. After all, just the word terrifying wasn't sufficient to describe strength capable of instantly fortifying and cutting away a huge area of space. Fan Yinyu gazed at the boy for a long time and said, I never expected that an expert like you would exist in this world. The boy spoke indifferently. There's no need to say anything. Who will fight me? Meanwhile, the Nether Judge stepped forward. Come! Allow me to experience your strength. The boy nodded. Then come! As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. At the same time, the Nether Judge's figure vanished on the spot as well. It didn't take long for explosions to rumble like thunderclaps far away in space. Fan Yinyu gazed at Little Sky. This world can't resist my Nether Pavilion. Little Sky fell silent for a long time. Suddenly, she looked up at Fan Yinyu and the others. All of you can dream of leaving today. She waved her right hand. Qin, they'll leave her to you. As soon as Little Sky finished speaking, a woman with one leg suddenly walked out slowly from the space behind Little Sky. It was Qin. Qin walked over to Little Sky's side and hugged her, and then she gazed at Fan Yinyu. Let's fight! As soon as she finished speaking, Qin waved her right hand, and a pure white flower appeared on her palm. Fan Yinyu's expression changed when she saw the flower. A Permethoph flower! You actually possess a Permethoph flower! They say the Permethoph flower takes 1,000 years to bud and 1,000 years to wilt. The flower and its leaves never meet. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that even she had merely heard of it, and had never seen one. The reason Shed immediately recognized it was because it was exactly like the legends described it to be. Moreover, it emanated a strong aura of death. A wisp of surprise flashed through Qin's eyes when she heard Fan Yinyu. You actually recognize it. It's very difficult to raise this flower, and I gathered the corpses, death energy, and yin energy of countless to keep it alive. Fan Yinyu stared at Qin. Who are you? Qin replied with a question. Is that important? Fan Yinyu fell silent. At this moment, she knew that the Nether Pavilion had underestimated Little Sky. In the beginning, Shed felt that while it wouldn't be too easy for the Nether Pavilion to conquer Merak's system, it would absolutely not be very difficult. Because Shed lived in Merak's system for a very long time, and she practically knew about every expert here. But at this moment, she realized that there were many experts that she wasn't aware of. Where did she find all of these experts? At this moment, Fan Yinyu had the desire to retreat. She was very well aware that the Nether Pavilion had far underestimated Merak's system's strength. If they attacked by force now, they may suffer heavy losses. So, retreating and reorganizing was the best choice right now. However, Little Sky didn't give her the chance to do that. She immediately waved her hand and said, Qin, beat her up. Beat her to death. Qin nodded. She was about to attack when Yang Yi, who'd been watching the battle until now, suddenly appeared not too far away from Fan Yinyu. Where's Xiao Yao? Before this, had felt that Ding Xiaoyao was dead. But after he thought about it carefully, he felt that it didn't make sense. Fan Yinyu didn't seem like the type of person who would destroy her victims' corpses to eliminate all traces of the deed. Moreover, Little Sky had searched that room, but she didn't find Ding Xiaoyao's aura in there. After all, even if the corpse was destroyed, the aura of death would linger in the area. However, the room didn't have the aura of Ding Xiaoyao's death. In other words, it was very likely that Ding Xiaoyao was alive. Fan Yinyu gazed at Yang Yi. She's in a very safe place. You don't have to worry about her. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard her. Sure enough, Ding Xiaoyao was alive. Yang Yi was about to ask where Ding Xiaoyao was, But Fanny New waved at him in dismissal and gazed at Qin. Come. Let me see how strong the Permitha flower of legend is. Qin nodded. I'd like that too. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Fanny New gazed at the spear-wielding middle-aged man and said, Don't do anything rash. After that, she tapped her right foot down lightly and vanished on the spot. Once Fanny New vanished, Yang Yi walked over to Little Sky, and then he glanced at the spear-wielding man's group. You can summon your other friends to annihilate them. He hadn't forgotten that Little Sky had two more mysterious friends. If the eyes of the Heaven Dao joined forces with those two friends of hers, and the Sprite Kings joined the battle as well, then it would really not be difficult to annihilate all these fellows. Little Sky rolled her eyes at Yang Yi. Silly. Yang Yi's face darkened. Why do you say that? Little Sky spoke softly. If they represent the full strength of the Nether Pavilion, then I would definitely annihilate them right now. However, they aren't. They are just a portion of the Nether Pavilion's strength. So, I can't expose my trump cards. Understand? Yang Yi nodded. Indeed. Even though the Nether Pavilion had sent so many experts, they weren't all the experts that the Nether Pavilion had. If Little Sky exposed all her trump cards now, she would fall into a completely defensive and passive position. Suddenly Little Sky said, However, we can't let them live either. As she spoke, she lightly clapped her hands together. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the sky, and then a huge eye appeared there. 2 breaths of time later, numerous eyes of the Heaven Dao appeared incessantly from within space. In just a short while, the entire sky was covered in them. At this moment, the expression of the spear-wielding man had changed. Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly pointed at the spear-wielding man's group. Strike them. Strike them to death. I, Little Sky, am going to learn from the murderous man, Yang Yi. Am going to carry out a slaughter. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1595 Allow me. Yang Yi's face was completely dark. So she thinks him a murderous man. He glanced at her. At this moment, the brilliant smile on her face had vanished, and it was icy cold now. Moreover, there was ghastly killing intent in her eyes. Yang Yi knew that Little Sky was really angry. Little Sky usually didn't get angry, but even he feared her once she was angry. As soon as Little Sky gave the order, the eyes of the Heaven Dao in the sky immediately released numerous bolts of divine lightning that shot down at the spear-wielding man's group. Even though Merak's system had many eyes of the Heaven Dao, there were only over 60 in the sky right now. After all, not every single eye of the Heaven Dao could pose a threat to Rebirth Realm experts. The other eyes of the Heaven Dao weren't strong enough, so coming here would be no different than giving their lives away. Even though there were only 60+ bolts of divine lightning, the energy they contained caused the faces of the spear-wielding man and the others to become extremely unsightly. The spear-wielding man stayed silent for a moment, and then he suddenly gazed at Little Sky. All of you deal with them, they'll go capture her. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward in Little Sky's direction. Meanwhile, the other black-robed figures behind him shot upwards to stop the divine lightning which covered the sky above them. Little Sky's face remained emotionless as she watched the spear-wielding man charge at her. Right when the middle-aged man was just 30 m away from her, a sword howl resounded abruptly, and then a ray of sword energy flashed. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the middle-aged man stopped. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had appeared in front of Little Sky. Why did he attack? Actually, it was very simple. He had a good relationship with Blood Maiden and the others, but he had no relationship with the Nether Pavilion itself. Now, the Nether Pavilion wanted to kill Little Sky, and Little Sky was his friend, so he naturally helped her. Meanwhile, Little Sky glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. I've never helped you in battle, so why are you helping me? Yang Yi turned to look at her, and then he smiled. He didn't say anything to her, and just turned around before walking towards the middle-aged man with a pear. Little Sky remained silent for a long time while looking at Yang Yi from behind, and then she spoke lightly. What a silly fellow! The middle-aged man sized up Yan Yi, and then he shook his head slightly. "You're no match for me." Yan Yi chuckled. "I'd like to give it a try." The spear-wielding man nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. He was in front of Yang Yi when his figure appeared again, and then his spear shot towards the center of Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi closed his eyes. The middle-aged man was too fast. He couldn't see his movements at all. So, Yang Yi couldn't use his eyes to look at the middle-aged man, he had to use his heart. When the tip of the spear was less than half an inch away from the center of Yang Yi's forehead, the tip of a sword suddenly struck against the tip of the spear. Clang! A clear and resounding clang erupted. The spear shook violently, and its trajectory was altered, causing it to scrape by Yang Yi's ear. However, the middle-aged man suddenly twisted his wrist, and the spear instantly transformed from a stabbing to sweeping motion. If it struck him, Yang Yi's head would definitely fall from his body. Fortunately, Yang Yi wasn't slow at all. His figure had bent backwards at the exact same moment that the middle-aged man had changed his stab to a sweeping strike, allowing Yang Yi to avoid that lethal strike. At the same time, he tapped his right foot down lightly, and his figure maintained a strange posture as it shot forward. However, the middle-aged man's spear suddenly stopped, and then it suddenly slammed downwards. Yang Yi's expression changed when he noticed this, and his sword instantly changed from an offensive stab to a defensive raise. Bang! Yang Yi's figure was blasted to the ground. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's spear swept towards the ground. Yang Yi hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself again. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. At this moment, there was a wisp of scarlet red on the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. At the same time, his entire arm was numb. Actually, it wasn't just his arm, he felt like all his internal organs had been cracked. "He's really strong." Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man while a solemn expression filled his eyes. The middle-aged man's strength was much greater than the one-armed woman and one-armed man. Even though he had the enlightened sword heart, the middle-aged man's instinct in battle far surpassed his own. It wasn't just the middle-aged man's instinct in combat, the man's strength and speed far surpassed him too. If Head made even the slightest mistake during the battle, then he may have been instantly killed. Because his physical defenses couldn't go head-on against the middle-aged man's spear. If he was struck by it, he would be crippled even if he avoided death. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he closed his eyes slowly. A moment later, the sword god's seal emanated a dazzling ray of light on his forehead, and it didn't take long for his sword intent to rise to the eternal rank. At the same time, his sword vanished. The rebirth sword. The rebirth sword that was enhanced by 2 types of intents. The middle-aged man's expression remained calm, and he stabbed his spear forward. Bang! A wave of terrifying energy instantly erupted from between Yang Yi and the middle-aged man. It swept towards the surroundings and caused ripples to surge through the surrounding space. A few breaths of time later, everything returned to normal. Yang Yi and the middle-aged man were still where they'd been standing. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face. Because the middle-aged man had crushed his attack with such ease. The middle-aged man's strength was much greater than Head imagined. The middle-aged man didn't speak. He was about to attack when he suddenly looked up, and then his expression instantly changed. Because over 20 of the black-robed experts from the Nether Pavilion had perished in battle. Moreover, the number of casualties were increasing incessantly. Retreat? This thought appeared in the middle-aged man's mind, but it didn't take long for him to reject it. If they retreated now, then even more would die. However, if the battle continued, then it was very likely for them to be completely annihilated. If that happened, even the Nether Pavilion wouldn't be able to endure such losses. A moment of silence ensued, and then the middle-aged man suddenly gazed at Little Sky before transforming into a ray of light that shot towards her. At this moment, he was very well aware that the only way to resolve the current situation was to capture Little Sky. So long as she was captured, the battle would be decided. Little Sky's face remained indifferent when she saw the middle-aged man charge at her. She didn't do anything, and it was Yang Yi who attacked. Yang Yi appeared in front of Little Sky again. A vicious glow flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes when he saw Yang Yi standing in front of Little Sky again. "Fuck off!" As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed his spear at Yang Yi. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. Crack! The space at the tip of the middle-aged man's spear instantly cracked open. At the same time, the space around it started rippling violently. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then a terrifying wave of energy surged out from within him. In an instant, his entire body was suffused by a layer of faint golden light. The energy of the demon god. Yang Yi's own strength was utterly insufficient to fight the middle-aged man, so he had no choice but to utilize the demon god's energy. Once he had the demon god's energy surging through him, his strength instantly rose by 5 times, and even his defenses had grown tremendously. At this moment, the middle-aged man's spear had arrived in front of Yang Yi. As soon as it did, a wave of invisible force enveloped down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi instantly felt suffocated, and his entire body felt like it was about to explode. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He flipped his palm and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. He sheathed it, and then he drew it and swung it swiftly. Wham! A sword howl shot up into the sky, and then another loud explosion resounded. At the same time, the space in a huge area instantly cracked open while the space even further away was rippling like boiling water. It was an absolutely shocking sight. After around 15 minutes passed, the entire area gradually calmed. Yang Yi and the middle-aged man were standing around 3 kilometers apart. At this moment, blood was seeping out incessantly from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. Moreover, his body had cracked open while blood was ceaselessly seeping out from within him, causing him to be drenched in blood. As for the middle-aged man, he was in a much better state. There were only 2 injuries on his body. Obviously, the middle-aged man had gained the upper hand in the collision. Little Sky walked over to Yang Yi and spoke softly. "Are you all right?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "Do I look like I'm all right?" This time, had almost been blasted into bits. Fortunately, the primordial violet energy within him had been ceaselessly repairing his body. Otherwise, just that collision would have blasted him into bits. Based on his estimations, the spear-wielding man's strength had surpassed the rebirth realm. Little Sky touched the injury on Yang Yi's chest and said, "Even though you've suffered such heavy injuries, there are benefits from it." Yang Yi nodded. It was true. The battle with the middle-aged man allowed him to understand many things. As far as he was concerned, the experience had gained from this battle was greater than bitter cultivation for numerous years. Had always felt that fighting was the best way to improve his strength swiftly. No matter how one cultivated, one still had to fight in the end. Suddenly, a middle-aged man said, "It ends now." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure appeared in front of Yang Yi and Little Sky. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. He was about to attack, but Little Sky suddenly took his hand and said, "Allow me." Chapter 1596 Self-Detonation. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard her. "You've recovered your memories?" Little Sky shook her head. "I meant allow me to get help." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand. In an instant, a small ball of flames appeared in front of her. A moment later, a wave of terrifying flames erupted from it. The wave of flames was extremely swift, and it instantly enveloped the spear-wielding man. The Heaven-Blaze Emperor Flame. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that it was the Heaven-Blaze Emperor Flame that Little Sky had spoken of in the past. Even though it was inferior to the Divining Flame, just a single glance told him that it was absolutely not something he could resist right now. In the wave of flames, numerous rays of light were shooting out incessantly. These rays of light divided the wave of flames into segments. However, it only took an instant for the flames to close the gap and continue enveloping the spear-wielding man. Soul Dream Strike! Suddenly, the middle-aged man's furious howl resounded from within the wave of flames. After that, a ray of light shot upwards. Once it shot up around 300 m, it suddenly slashed downwards. Bang! An explosion resounded. The flames rose up like a tsunami, and they instantly transformed the surroundings into an ocean of flames. However, it didn't take long for the flames to vanish without a trace. At the same time, a small ball of flames appeared in front of Little Sky. The middle-aged man who stood in the distance seemed to be in an extremely miserable state. The tip of his spear was broken, and his chest was jet black. Moreover, half his face was mangled, causing him to appear extremely terrifying. Amazing! Yan Yi glanced at the small ball of flames again. It was much stronger than Head imagined. Head personally experienced the middle-aged man's strength, but the Heavenblaze Emperor Flame had actually reduced him to such a state. It was extraordinarily strong. The middle-aged man had an extremely solemn expression in his eyes. Obviously, he hadn't expected such a ball of flames to appear abruptly, and it was actually so strong. Suddenly, Little Sky said, "Little Flame, burn him to death!" The small ball of flames trembled slightly, and then it transformed into a pillar of flames that shot towards the middle-aged man. It was so swift that Yang Yi wasn't even able to see it clearly. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the middle-aged man was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, the small ball of flames appeared in front of him again, and then it exploded apart. It transformed into a fire phoenix that enveloped the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man would naturally not stand there idly and wait for death to arrive. He immediately swung his spear swiftly. At this moment, he wasn't holding back at all. Numerous rays of light surged out incessantly from the center of the fire phoenix. In the beginning, the fire phoenix was sliced into over a dozen segments, but every single time it was cut apart, it would recover swiftly. So, the middle-aged man was constantly enveloped by it. Just like that, around 15 minutes passed, and the surroundings gradually returned to calm. The flame dispersed, and the small ball of flames returned to Little Sky while the middle-aged man stood not too far ahead of them. The middle-aged man gazed at the ball of flames for quite some time, and then he said, "How strong!" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually turned ethereal and vanished on the spot. He was dead. Yan Yi slowly clenched his fists tightly while his gaze descended onto the ball of flames again. Besides the divining flame, it was the strongest flame Head laid eyes on until now. Little Sky's face remained indifferent. She looked up at the black-robed experts who were still in battle with the eyes of the Heaven Tao. At this moment, less than 50 of the black-robed men remained, and over a dozen eyes of the Heaven Tao had vanished as well. Little Sky gazed at them for a long time, and then she spoke coldly. "Kill them all!" The small ball of flames trembled slightly, and then countless pillars of flames shot up into the sky. The black-robed men who were fighting against the eyes of the Heaven Tao noticed this, and their expressions changed drastically. Just the eyes of the Heaven Tao were extremely strenuous to deal with. Now that these mysterious and powerful pillars of flames were shooting at them, how would they resist them? However, they had no choice but to resist them, because the eyes of the Heaven Tao in the sky had locked onto them. If they wanted to flee, the only way was to flee towards Sky continent. As for escaping Merak system, they would have to destroy the eyes of the Heaven Tao to accomplish that. They were facing enemies from both sides. Ah! Shrill cries resounded incessantly in the sky. In just a few breaths of time, 6 black-robed experts perished, and the speed they were perishing at was rising incessantly. Yan Yi glanced at Little Sky. At this moment, she had an indifferent expression on her face. She was really angry. Actually, it made sense. Little Sky really cared a great deal about this world, but the Nether Pavilion wanted to plunder this world. So, it was absolutely intolerable to Little Sky. More and more black-robed experts were dying. At this moment, only around 30 of them remained. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from far away, and then the entire area shook violently. After that, the Nether Judge and the young boy appeared. The expressions of those black-robed experts had instantly changed when they saw the Nether Judge, because the Nether Judge's right arm was gone. Moreover, There was a jade flute stuck in his chest. The Nether Judge had lost. At this moment, all the black-robed experts felt slight despair. The Nether Judge gazed at the boy for a long time and said, "You're really strong." The boy glanced at the Nether Judge. "You're not bad yourself. Besides the unfettered one and her, you're the strongest expert I've met." He? The Nether Judge's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he gazed at Little Sky. Her? The boy looked up at the eyes of the heaven Tao in the sky, and then he said, "I don't know the Nether Pavilion, but I can imagine that it's definitely extremely strong. However, even if you are able to successfully conquer this universe in the end, you'll pay a price that you can't endure." The Nether Judge asked in a low voice. "Why?" The boy gazed at the Nether Judge. "Because she was chosen by all the living beings of this universe. She is loved and protected by them. Even the unfettered one respected her and didn't challenge her." The Nether Judge glanced at Little Sky and fell silent. Meanwhile, the space in the surroundings shook once more, and then Qin and Fan Yinyu appeared here. The black-robed experts in the surroundings grew even more despaired when they saw Fan Yinyu. At this moment, Fan Yinyu's hair was completely white. Moreover, her face was covered in wrinkles. She was like an old woman who was on the verge of death. As for Qin, based on her outward appearance, she seemed quite fine. However, the Permitha flower in her grasp had withered. The Nether Judge glanced at Fan Yinyu, and his expression grew even more solemn. He knew her strength very well, and he hadn't expected that the one-legged young girl would actually be able to reduce her to such a state. At this moment, he knew that the Nether Pavilion had underestimated its enemy. It had truly underestimated its enemy. Qin walked over to Little Sky's side, and then she spoke softly. "Little Sky, I can't kill her." "Sorry." Little Sky took Qin's hand and said, "It's fine. It's very difficult to kill experts in her realm of cultivation. Being able to exhaust her lifespan and make her lose her ability to fight is good enough." Qin nodded, and then she gazed at the Permitha flower in her grasp while a wisp of sadness flashed through her eyes. "It really is a pity. But it's fine. I can grow another in the future. In any case, I have a huge amount of time." Little Sky hugged Qin, and then she turned to look at Yang Yi. "Can you help me do something?" Yang Yi nodded. "What is it?" She glanced at Qin's sole leg and said, "Help her grow back her other leg, all right?" Yang Yi glanced at Qin and said, "It's not a problem, of course. However, at her realm of cultivation, can't she do it herself?" Little Sky shook her head. "She's a little special. I'll tell you in detail later. It's fine so long as you agree to help." As she spoke, she turned to look at the Nether Judge's group. "I gave all of you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. So die." She waved her hand. Qin, the young boy, and the ball of flames instantly charged at the Nether Judge's group. "Retreat! Try to save as many as you can." The Nether Judge immediately decided to retreat. He turned around and went up into space, and then he waved his brush upwards. Bang! A huge rift was instantly sliced open in the space above him, and then he turned around and charged at the boy and the others. The black-robed experts exchanged glances. Meanwhile, the Nether Judge's voice resounded once more. "Envoy Fan, take them and leave. Don't let my death be in vain. Tell the Pavilion Master to think twice before taking action." As soon as he finished speaking, the Nether Judge was already in front of the young boy and the others. After that, he stretched out a finger and pressed it down hard against the center of his forehead. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura surged out from within him, and the aura instantly blasted the young boy and the others around 3 kilometers back. However, that wasn't the end of it. The Nether Judge's stomach started to expand swiftly, and his aura became extremely violent. Self-detonation! The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene. Chapter 1597 The Lord of the Heaven Tao. Yan Ye's expression changed as well. He hadn't expected the Nether Judge to choose self-detonation. If an expert like the Nether Judge detonated himself, how terrifying would the explosion be? The young boy and Qin had solemn expressions in their eyes. The boy immediately took a step forward, and then he stretched his right hand forward. Rebirth! In an instant, a black vortex appeared on his right palm, and then it grew larger and larger. In an instant, it covered an area of numerous kilometers. Explosions were resounding incessantly within the huge black vortex. At the same time, it was trembling violently as if it would explode at any moment. Just like that, this went on for a very long time. Finally, the huge black vortex exploded apart, and countless waves of violent energy swept madly towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, Qin suddenly stretched out both her hands and spoke softly. Void! In an instant, the terrifying wave of energy stopped abruptly, and then Yan Yi watched with astonishment as they were actually obliterated. The entire area instantly returned to calm. Meanwhile, Fan Yu and the others had vanished. Little Sky had an indifferent expression on her face. She remained silent for a long time before she gazed at the boy and Qin, and then she said, Rest well. The war may have only just begun. The boy nodded slightly, and then he turned around and vanished on the spot. Qin walked over to Little Sky and spoke softly. All of them are so strong. Little Sky nodded in response. I know. Qin continued. Little Sky, you have to recall how to fight as soon as possible. Little Sky looked up at the sky and remained silent for a long time. All those years ago, I felt my strength was too powerful, and I would harm the myriad of living beings here if I fight. So, I sealed my ability before going into deep sleep. Now it seems like I was truly quite immature. At least you realize now. Meanwhile, Yan Yi walked over to Little Sky and said, Little Sky, you're innately kind-hearted, and that's not wrong. However, you must understand that just kindness is useless in this world. You don't like to fight, but it doesn't mean that others won't try to hit you. Kindness is something you can hold on to, but you can't overdo it. Little Sky nodded slightly. Suddenly, she looked at Yan Yi and asked, What will you do if those women from the 10 nether halls come next? Yan Yi was stunned. He hadn't thought about such a possibility. What will I do if Blood Maiden and the others are sent next? Yan Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, I'll try to persuade them. The nether pavilion was very strong, but Little Sky's side wasn't weak either. It could be said that if the nether pavilion insisted on invading this universe, then the final outcome would definitely be one where both sides suffer heavy losses. Moreover, Blood Maiden and the others may be sacrificed. That was something he didn't want to happen. Little Sky walked over to Yan Yi's side and patted him on the shoulder. I don't want to harm your friends too. But if they want to plunder this universe, then I won't hold back. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot. He understood Little Sky's temper quite well. Even though she was usually quite carefree, she was someone who was very principled. He didn't know whether Little Sky was the Lord of the Heaven Tao, but she really cared about this world. It could be said that Merak's system was her reverse scale. Meanwhile, Qin suddenly walked over to Yan Yi. His expression changed slightly when he saw her walk towards him. Because he felt quite uncomfortable, and it felt like he should fear her slightly. Qin glanced at Yan Yi and asked, You're afraid? Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and shook his head. You won't harm me, right? Qin gazed at Yan Yi for a long time, and then she said, The aura of killing you possess is very strong, and even the aura of viciousness you emanate is very strong. Yan Yi nodded. It is. Qin remained silent for quite some time before she spoke. Little Sky is a good person. Yan Yi glanced at her. What are you trying to say? Qin replied. Don't harm her. Yan Yi laughed bitterly. Do I seem like I want to? Qin gazed at him for a long time, and then she said, Little Sky is willing to be friends with you, so she definitely trusts you tremendously. But you don't look like a good person. Yan Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, Qin continued, Sorry, I'm a little frank. You really don't seem like a good person. Yan Yi's face was completely dark, and he felt like hitting her. Qin spoke softly. What I'm trying to say is that you should tell those friends of yours not to look for trouble with Little Sky. Because Little Sky is very kind, so they shouldn't bully her. Moreover, Little Sky is very, very strong. If she recalls how to fight, then all of those friends of yours might die. Yang Yi hurriedly asked. How strong is she? Qin thought for a moment and replied. I'm not very sure. In any case, she's very, very strong. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't that the same as saying nothing? Meanwhile, Qin continued. While you're quite weak, I can sense that you're not ordinary. If it's possible, help Little Sky when the time comes. Yang Yi replied. You seem to be very close to her. Of course. Qin continued. Little Sky is my best friend. If it wasn't for her, I would be dead. I'm not the only one. She had many, many more friends. However, some of the strong ones have left this place. Otherwise, that nether pavilion. Humph. Yang Yi asked. She has many other strong friends? Qin nodded. Of course. She has lived for extremely long, so she naturally knows a huge number of people. If they knew that she was in trouble, they would definitely come back to help her. Unfortunately, no one knows where they've gone. When she spoke up to this point, she shook her head and said, No matter what, it'll kill anyone who bullies her. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin turned around and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a very long time, and then he turned around and left. It didn't take long for the news of Merak's system being invaded to spread throughout Sky continent. So, panic swept through the continent. As for the powers of the continent, the first thought they had wasn't to join forces against the invaders, and it was to start gathering their members and restricting them from leaving. Fighting against the invaders? No, as far as they were concerned, the most important thing right now was to preserve their strength. In any case, there would be others to fight against the invaders. As for Little Sky, she had no intention to seek their help. Actually, she understood that even if she tried, they wouldn't help. Moreover, even if they did send their forces, they may scheme against each other instead. In short, Little Sky couldn't rely on the clans and sects of the continent. Sprite Palace. Little Sky sat on the seat of the host while Snowy stood on her shoulder, and the other Sprite Kings were in the area below. Little Sky glanced at the Sprite Kings and said, Are all of you unhappy that I didn't let you join the battle today? Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly clenched her claws and nodded repeatedly. She's wanted to fight from the beginning, but she didn't get an order from Yang Yi or Little Sky, so she didn't show herself. Little Sky and Yang Yi had purposefully instructed her that she should absolutely not show herself unless she received their instructions. Snowy was very obedient towards Yang Yi and Little Sky. Actually, only Little Sky and Yang Yi were able to make Snowy listen to them. Meanwhile, the Sprite Kings imitated Snowy and clenched their fists as well, and then they revealed unhappy expressions on their faces. The corners of Yang Yi's eyes twitched at the sight of this. These Sprite Kings didn't like to fight, but now that Little Sky had motivated them to fight, all of them wished for nothing more than to fight. Little Sky rubbed Snowy's head and said, Don't be impatient. Relax, all of you. It won't be long before all of you will get to fight. Snowy hurriedly nodded while excitement filled her large eyes. Yang Yi shook his head at the sight of this. Little Sky has really taken Snowy down the wrong path. In the next few days, everything was very calm. However, Yang Yi knew that the Nether Pavilion would definitely not stop. Normally, powers like the Nether Pavilion would definitely not be discouraged from just a little trouble. They'd underestimated Little Sky, yet now, they had gained an understanding of Merak's system's strength. So if they came again, it was obvious that their forces would definitely surpass the last group in both quality and quantity. It was even to the extent that the Pavilion Master of Nether Pavilion may come. Yang Yi didn't stay idle during this time. He cultivated. The battle with the spear-wielding man had allowed him to gain a deep understanding of how lacking he was. Even though he had numerous treasures and dual intents, they weren't sufficient when facing some true experts. This time, Yang Yi got a Nanjing to spar with him. Even though they wouldn't fight desperately against each other, They would exchange the experience and comprehension they possessed without holding back at all. So, their spars allowed both of them to obtain tremendous gains. 3 days later, Yan Yi left the primordial pagoda. Once he left the primordial pagoda, he went out of Sprite Palace, and a woman covered in a strong aura of blood was standing not too far away from him. It was Blood Maiden. Yan Yi asked, "Has the Nether Pavilion decided to give up?" She shook her head. "Impossible!" Yan Yi frowned. "I can only tell you that Little Sky isn't as simple as you've imagined." Blood Maiden nodded slightly. "We've investigated her. I'm here to tell you to leave this world as soon as possible." "I'm serious. Don't get mixed up in this." Yan Yi asked. "What are you trying to say?" Blood Maiden remained silent for a long time, and then she said, "She may be the Lord of the Heaven Tao." Yan Yi replied, "I know. I want to know, why aren't you giving up? Do you really intend to fight until both sides suffer heavy losses?" Blood Maiden gazed at Yang Yi. "The Nether Pavilion may really give up if she wasn't the Lord of the Heaven Tao. However, we will absolutely not give up now. Moreover, our Nether Pavilion isn't the only one. There are other strong powers that intend to come to Merak's system." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Blood Maiden looked him in the eyes. "Do you know what treasure is superior to a treasure that surpasses the ranks of quality?" Yang Yi shook his head. Blood Maiden said, "The Lord of the Heaven Tao." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 1598 Heaven Obliteration. Yang Yi asked, "The Lord of the Heaven Tao is a treasure?" Blood Maiden shook her head. "I'm not sure what she is, but she can become a treasure. If some formidable equipment refiners are able to make her into a treasure's spirit while forging it, that treasure." She paused for a moment and continued, "Not only can she be refined into an equipment spirit, she has many other uses. For example, controlling her is equivalent to controlling Merak's system. It's even to the extent that she can be refined into a treasure that has a world of its own, just like the treasure within you." Yang Yi was astounded. "She can be refined into a treasure like the treasure I possess?" Blood Maiden nodded. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while, and then he said, "Don't other worlds have a Lord of the Heaven Tao?" Blood Maiden explained, "Not every world has a Lord of the Heaven Tao. What's a Lord of the Heaven Tao? It's one who has obtained the support of all things in a world. I'm sure you've seen how they support Little Sky. Now my Nether Pavilion and some other powers consider her to be the Lord of the Heaven Tao." Yang Yi fell silent. Actually, he felt she was the Lord of the Heaven Tao as well. Actually, everyone felt that she was the Lord of the Heaven Tao. Yet now, Little Sky had become a precious treasure that everyone wanted. Blood Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. "You're an extraordinary genius, and you'll definitely be extraordinary in the future. Listen to me and leave this world. Don't get mixed up in this. It's not something that you can interfere with right now." Yang Yi gazed at her. "Second sister, I would definitely leave if I didn't know Little Sky and wasn't friends with her. However, I'm friends with her. If I take the others and leave Merak's system now, then I would never be able to rest at ease. As far as I'm concerned, life should be lived without any regrets." A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through her eyes. "You little fellow," Yang Yi said. "Second sister, all of you intend to act against Little Sky as well?" Blood Maiden fell silent for a long time, and then she said, "If it was in the past, we would definitely support the Nether Pavilion. Yet now, the Pavilion Master isn't the same Pavilion Master from before. To be honest, we sisters don't want to stay in the current Nether Pavilion. Moreover, we don't want to come here and fight Little Sky either. Of course, we don't want to make things difficult for you too." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was afraid that they would end up in battle with Little Sky. Fortunately, Blood Maiden and the others had no intention to fight Little Sky. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden continued, "However, there are many times in life when you have no other choice." She gazed at Yang Yi, paused for a moment, and continued, "I came to tell you that the situation here is getting more and more complicated. Since you intend to get yourself mixed up in it, Then be prepared for the worst. Yang Yi nodded. I will. Blood Maiden nodded. Take care. Her figure shook and transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished into the sky. Right after Blood Maiden left, Little Sky appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, Are you the Lord of the Heaven Tao? Little Sky fell silent for a long time, and then she shook her head. I don't know. I really don't know. Yang Yi said, Don't those friends of yours know who you are? Little Sky gazed at him. They are just like all of you. They think I'm the Lord of the Heaven Tao too. Sometimes I too feel that I'm the Lord of the Heaven Tao, but I also feel like it's not completely true. Yang Yi shook his head. You can't even remember who you are. You really had a terrible nap. Little Sky looked up at the sky. I may not have another chance to sleep. Yang Yi walked over to her and rubbed her head gently. Don't be too worried. I'll be fine. Little Sky gazed at Yang Yi, and a long time passed before she said, I'm not worried, and am not afraid. I'm serious. Yang Yi smiled. Good. She nodded. Remember the fist technique I told you about? A wisp of excitement flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. You're willing to give it to me now? Little Sky said, I've thought about many things during the last few days, and I've figured out a lot of things. I don't like destruction, but if there's life, then there's destruction. Just like how there are bad people if there are good people. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, I didn't give it to you in the past because I was afraid that you would damage this world. But now you won't harm this world, right? Of course. Yang Yi spoke seriously. Even though he had thought about defying the heavens in the past, it depended on who the heavens was. Right now, Little Sky might be that heavens, and Little Sky was his friend. So, if anyone tried to defy the heavens now, he would help Little Sky crush that person. Little Sky smiled. Come, let's head inside. It didn't take long for them to arrive in the 3rd level of the primordial pagoda. Little Sky said, This fist technique is called Heaven Obliteration, and it was specially created by one fellow to counter Eyes of the Heaven Tao. Yang Yi was quite surprised. It was made to deal with Eyes of the Heaven Tao. Isn't it similar to that technique of mine, point at the heavens? However, that technique of his could only be used against ordinary Eyes of the Heaven Tao, and it wasn't a threat to the Eye of the Heaven Tao in medium worlds. Little Sky nodded. That fellow was constantly shouting about defying the heavens. In the end, I dealt with him. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. If the Heaven Tao is unfair, then it should be defied. But some people try to defy it for no reason. Such people deserve death. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Why are you looking at me? I'm not trying to defy the heavens. Tell me about the technique. Little Sky nodded. Even though that fellow was a terrible person, his strength wasn't bad at all. The reason I forced him to reveal this technique to me was because I wanted to find out about the weaknesses that Little Sky and the others have. After I studied it, I realized that this technique was not bad at all. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, That technique is called Heaven Obliteration, so does it not affect you? Humph. Little Sky laughed coldly. I was very, very powerful in the past. Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. Right. Right. You were extremely powerful. Come, let's talk about Heaven Obliteration. Little Sky explained. Actually, it's very simple. It should be very simple for you. Just take a look for yourself. She tapped the center of Yang Yi's forehead. In an instant, a string of information entered Yang Yi's mind. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi had fully received all the information. Heaven Obliteration Fist. Needless to say, it was even stronger than the Elemental Breaker technique. Even the Elemental Breaker combined with the ability to make energy rebound couldn't compete with Heaven Obliteration. The most important part about Heaven Obliteration was the word obliteration. It was the core of the technique. Simply speaking, it didn't just require physical strength, it required death energy. A normal person would only possess vitality and no death energy. Fortunately, the technique had a mental cultivation method which helped convert vitality into death energy, and then combine it with one's physical strength to execute heaven obliteration. Once both were merged together, the strength erupted from the technique would be extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, Little Sky said, "This technique harms the balance of the world. I didn't want to give it to you, but you're too weak right now. Your strength is very insufficient when facing some true experts. So, if you have this fist technique, you'll have the ability to fight even against an expert like the spear-wielding man from today. At the very least, you won't be completely suppressed in battle." Yang Yi glanced at her, and his heart felt quite warm. "Thank you?" She shook her head. "Take your friends and loved ones with you, and leave this place." Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to say?" She replied, "That woman from before was right. It's best that you don't get mixed up in this. With the natural talent and potential you have, you'll—" "Little Sky." Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her. "Hearing you say that makes me quite unhappy. Is it because you think him too weak?" Little Sky shook her head. "Actually, you're quite strong, especially with the stellar sword diagram and that flame of yours. However, those enemies of mine are even stronger. You're too young right now, so you can't fight them. Understand?" Yang Yi smiled. "I know. But I'm still going to stay. Because we're friends. So long as I'm not a burden to you, then I'll stay to face it with you." Yang Yi was a person who never betrayed those who hadn't betrayed him. It could be said that if it wasn't for Little Sky, he would have been dead a long time ago. Even though Shed never helped him fight a battle, Shed really helped him a lot. Now Little Sky was in danger, so how could he just abandon her? Little Sky gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, "You're really an idiot." Yang Yi smiled, and then he rubbed her head gently. "No matter what, they'll face those invaders with you." After talking with Little Sky for a while longer, Yang Yi started cultivating the heaven obliteration fist technique. He had to grasp it before those experts arrived in Merak's system. Only then would he be able to help Little Sky. Yang Yi gradually started to grasp it with Little Sky's guidance. However, he still wasn't able to execute it. Because he still wasn't very skilled at converting his own vitality into death energy. Just like that, time trickled by. A month later, Yang Yi stood on a huge rock in the once level. His eyes were closed, and he seemed like a monk that was meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and clenched his right fist. Crack! At the instant he clenched his fist, the space around him cracked apart. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and then a wave of force shot towards him from behind, and it slammed against him before he could even react. Boom! Yang Yi was blasted away. A surprise attack. Someone had launched a surprise attack against him. Chapter 1599 The Nether Pavilion Star Controller Bureau. Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite stunned. Because he was in the Primordial Pagoda, so how could someone launch a surprise attack on him while he was in here? It didn't take long for Yang Yi to realize that it wasn't a person who'd attacked him, and it was the Primordial Pagoda. It was the Primordial Pagoda that had attacked him. Yang Yi shot a glance upwards and said, "Brother, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then she raised her leg and kicked Yang Yi lightly on the head. "Fool! You're such a fool!" Yang Yi was quite puzzled. "What do you mean?" She hit his head again and said, "Fool! It's too strong. If you execute it here, it'll harm the core of this place. So, it naturally won't allow you to execute such a powerful technique here. Understand?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he understood everything. The world in the once level of the Primordial Pagoda had just been formed, and it was equivalent to a medium world. It could endure the might of ordinary techniques, but it couldn't endure techniques like heaven obliteration. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and then he gazed at Little Sky and asked, "Little Sky, does this world have an eye of the heaven Tao?" She blinked. "I don't think so. Do you want me to foster one for you?" Yang Yi was stunned. "They can be fostered?" Little Sky nodded. "Of course. I can foster an obedient one for you. Moreover, I think that this world needs someone to manage it. Otherwise, it'll be ruined. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, Let's talk about this later. She nodded slightly. She was about to say something when she suddenly frowned. She fell silent for an instant and said, Someone has come! As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. In the starry sky in Merak's system, an old man suddenly appeared there. He looked down at Sky continent, and a long time passed before he nodded slightly. As expected! Suddenly, little Sky appeared not too far away from the old man. She gazed at him and asked, The Nether Pavilion? The Nether Pavilion? The old man was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head. No. He sized up little Sky and continued, I'm Kuya. I'm from Ring World System that's 100,000 light years away. I'm here on behalf of Ring World System. Little Sky asked in an indifferent tone. What are you here for? The old man said. I'm sure you're very well aware of the situation you're in right now. My Ring World System can help you resist the Nether Pavilion, but we have a condition. Merak's system must become my Ring World System's subordinate system. Little Sky shook her head. Merak's system won't become a subordinate system for anyone. The old man fell silent for a short while, and then he said, My Ring World System is very sincere. We won't imprison you, and you'll remain as the lord of this system. Moreover, we won't plunder this universe without restraint. However, we'll need you and Merak's system to help on certain occasions. Little Sky shook her head again. Merak's system won't become a subordinate system for anyone. Tell the leader of Ringworld System that my Merak's system doesn't want to become enemies with your system, but we aren't afraid as well. The old man gazed at Little Sky for a long time before he spoke again. You seem to be very confident in yourself. However, I believe that if you truly gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation your system is currently in, I'm afraid you wouldn't refuse so quickly. Little Sky looked up at the starry sky, remained silent for a long time, and then suddenly said, I've never feared anyone. The old man glanced at Little Sky and said, I understand. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi appeared by Little Sky's side and asked, Was that an expert from a different universe? Little Sky nodded, and then she gazed at him. Do you know why they plan to bully us? Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Little Sky laughed coldly. Because our universe is governed by non-interference. Simply speaking, the Lord of the Heaven Tao didn't forcefully govern this universe, and the Lord of the Heaven Tao allowed the living beings here to grow freely instead. The benefit of this is that the living beings in Merak's system are free, and the disadvantage is that there's no unity and cooperation in our universe. Just see for yourself. It doesn't matter if it's the human race, demon race, or any other race. None of them show any intention to help. She shook her head and continued. But in other universes. In any case, it's not like this in some of the other universes I know of. For example, that Ring World System from before. If I'm not wrong, there's a powerful regime governing it. Perhaps it was built by humans, or maybe it was built by the Lord of the Heaven Tao. If enemies invade them, that regime there can command all the living beings of their universe. Yang Yi said, Then will you be creating a regime to govern the living beings, clans, and powers here? Little Sky shook her head. I think that everyone is equal. No one should enslave another. What do you think? Yang Yi shook his head. I think that you're too positive about everything. Little Sky chuckled. She was about to speak when she suddenly looked up, and then the smile on her face slowly vanished. Meanwhile, the young boy, Qin, and the Heavenblaze Emperor Flame appeared by Little Sky's side. Little Sky glanced at them and said, I'm sorry for implicating all of you in this. The boy grinned. Don't mention it. Qin took Little Sky's hand and spoke softly. Your business is my business. The Heavenblaze Emperor Flame spoke as well. Protecting this world isn't just your business, it's ours too. Little Sky glanced at them and spoke softly. Thank you. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly looked far away into outer space. The space there had suddenly started to tremble. It didn't take long for a woman in violet armor to walk out slowly from that expanse of space. She had a tall and slender body and a gorgeous appearance, but she carried a faint strand of baleful energy, causing others to dare not look directly at her. The woman suddenly looked down at Little Sky, and then she tapped her finger in Little Sky's direction. Bang! A shooting star suddenly appeared there, and it descended in Little Sky's direction. In the beginning, the shooting star was very small, but it gradually grew larger and larger. In the end, it made Yan Yes' expression change drastically. It was no shooting star. It was an entire star. When it arrived above Merak's system, it covered the entire expanse of space above Merak's system. Moreover, it even carried a strand of peerlessly overbearing and terrifying energy. Yan Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face because she was extraordinarily strong. Suddenly, the young boy took a step forward, and then he stretched out his right hand and slapped it upwards. A huge palm that could hold up the sky suddenly appeared above them, and then it slammed against the shooting star. Boom! A huge explosion surged through the surroundings, and then countless waves of energy erupted towards the surroundings. Besides that, Sky continent was trembling violently, and it seemed like it was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Qin took 2 steps forward, and then she stretched out her arms. Void! As soon as she spoke, a mysterious force appeared. In an instant, the violet energy started to disperse, and it didn't take long for all the energy to vanish without a trace, allowing the area to return to calm. Meanwhile, Yan Yi noticed that both the young boy and Qin had solemn expressions on their faces. Yan Yi looked up into outer space. At this moment, a man and a woman had appeared by the woman in armor. The woman was fanning you. At this moment, Shed recovered her previous appearance. A moment later, the woman in violet armor appeared in front of Little Sky and the others. Little Sky glanced at her and asked, "The Nether Pavilion's master?" A wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of the woman's mouth. "Would our pavilion master even need to act against all of you?" From one of the 3 Nether bureaus, the Star Controller Bureau. "The pavilion master said that if you are willing to surrender, then we can let you live. If you refuse, then—" Humph! A fierce expression appeared on her face as she finished speaking. Little Sky didn't answer the woman. She just turned to look at the boy. "Be careful!" The boy nodded, and then he gazed at the woman. "Come! Let me experience the strength of the so-called Star Controller Bureau." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot. The woman laughed coldly, tapped her right foot down, and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Fanny New suddenly gazed at Qin. "Do you have another Paramitha flower?" Qin replied indifferently. "I can still defeat you even without one. Come give it a try." As soon as Fanny New finished speaking, her figure shook and vanished on the spot. Little Sky gazed at the last middle-aged man from the Nether Pavilion. The middle-aged man wore a luxurious robe. If it was based solely on his appearance, there was nothing really exceptional about him. The middle-aged man gazed at the Heaven-Blaze Emperor Flame. "Bring it." He immediately vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Little Sky gazed at the Heaven-Blaze Emperor Flame. "Don't be careless." "Understood." The Heaven-Blaze Emperor Flame transformed into a pillar of fire that shot upwards into space. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he frowned. "Little Sky, do you get the feeling that something is off?" Little Sky frowned slightly. She was just about to speak when black shadows suddenly appeared around her. "Imprison!" 5 voices suddenly resounded, and then 5 golden chains instantly locked onto Little Sky. Yan Yi's expression changed drastically at the sight of this. Chapter 1600 The Strongest Amongst the 10 Nether Halls. Yan Yi wasn't the only one who was caught slightly off guard by the arrival. Little Sky was stunned as well. Obviously, she hadn't expected someone would be able to arrive by her side without making a sound. Yan Yi was the first to recover from his shock, and he immediately drew his sword and swung it at one of them. Wham! A sword howl resounded, and then a wave of sword energy flashed by. The shadowy figure didn't try to dodge Yan Yi's sword energy, and the figure just allowed Yan Yi's sword energy to pass through. Once it passed through the figure, the shadowy figure shook slightly but remained completely unharmed. Yang Yes's pupils constricted slightly at the sight of this, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He hadn't held back just now, but the shadowy figure was completely unharmed. Suddenly, an earthen yellow wave of energy surged out from Little Sky, and then the golden chains were instantly blasted into bits. After that, Little Sky's figure shook and vanished on the spot. She was by Yang Yes's side when she appeared again. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" Little Sky shook her head slightly. "I have Little Mud protecting me. Ordinary people won't be able to harm me while I'm protected by the energy of the earth." Yang Yi glanced at Little Sky. Sure enough, there was a layer of earthen yellow energy around her. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look towards the distance, but there was no one there. Yang Yi frowned. "What's going on?" Little Sky spoke softly. "Their movement technique is quite special." Yang Yi asked. "They haven't left, right?" Little Sky nodded, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "You can locate them." Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he understood what she meant. The sword domain. All movement techniques were useless within the sword domain. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he activated the sword domain. As soon as he did that, numerous rays of cold light suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and they enveloped Yang Yi before he could even react. Bang! 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 Rumbling resounded. A few breaths of time later, the surroundings returned to calm once more. At this moment, Yang Yi was still on the spot, but there was cold sweat on his forehead. Had almost died just now. If Little Sky hadn't enveloped him with the energy of the earth at the critical moment, then he would have really died. The strength of those shadowy figures wasn't something he could resist with his body. Little Sky stuck out her tongue at him. "Sorry, I almost forgot about their strength." Yang Yi replied with a solemn expression on his face. "They're really strong." Little Sky nodded. "The Nether Pavilion has numerous experts." She patted her own chest and continued. "Little Mud, you deal with those 5 fellows." As soon as Little Sky finished speaking, a small earthen yellow ball instantly appeared in front of her, and then the space in an area of 30 kilometers was instantly enveloped by a layer of earthen yellow energy. At the same time, the 5 shadowy figures appeared not too far away from them. They'd been forced out into the open by the energy of Earth. Yang Yi sized up the figures. If he wasn't wrong, they were the 5 nether phantoms that Blood Maiden had told him about. Suddenly, they vanished on the spot, and they were around Yang Yi and Little Sky when they appeared again. After that, 5 rays of cold light instantly enveloped them. Meanwhile, an earthen yellow pillar of light suddenly surged out from Little Sky like a storm. Bang! The 5 shadowy figures were blasted over 1 kilometer away. Suddenly, the space high above trembled, and then the violet-armored woman and the young boy walked out from there. At this moment, the gazes of everyone here had descended upon them. The armored woman glanced at the boy. Not bad indeed. But it's far from enough. The boy nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Little Sky. "I've lost." Yang Yi's heart shook when he heard this. He hadn't expected that the young boy would actually lose. Little Sky shook her head slightly. "You've tried your best." The boy grinned, and then he flipped his palm. A rock appeared at the center of his palm. A gentle expression appeared in his eyes as he gazed at the rock. Little Sky spoke softly. "That's her, right?" He nodded. "When you came to see us, her time was actually up." He passed it over to Little Sky while he spoke. Little Sky took it and said, "What?" The boy grinned. "She's gone. So what's the point of living?" As he spoke, he turned to look at the armored woman. "Little Sky, I'm sorry. I'm unable to help you resolve this problem that you're facing. But I can still help you one last time." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked up at the rock in Little Sky's grasp. "I've cultivated for 9 lifetimes, and I should have gained enlightenment and surpassed the shackles on me. However, if I don't have you by my side, then even eternal life is pointless." As soon as he finished speaking, faint flames appeared on him. "Soul ignition!" Yan Yes' expression changed at the sight of this, and the armored woman's expression changed as well. Obviously, she hadn't expected him to choose to ignite his soul. What did it represent? It represented that the boy would truly vanish from this world, and he would even have the chance to reincarnate. Little Sky's expression changed at the sight of this, and she said, "Don't." The boy suddenly interrupted Little Sky. "Little Sky, this is my choice. As far as I'm concerned, it's the best outcome for me. Once I'm dead, place both of us somewhere in an ocean." She loved the ocean. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within him, and then he gazed at the armored woman. He didn't speak a single word, and he just stretched out his hands and pulled outwards. The space where he and the armored woman were standing was instantly torn open, and then they vanished on the spot. Yan Yi gazed at Little Sky. "Where did they go?" Little Sky remained silent for a long time before she said, "A black hole." "A black hole?" Yan Yi frowned. He was about to speak when the space far away from them suddenly trembled, and then a woman walked out from there. It was the armored woman from before. Yan Yi noticed that there was a wisp of blood on the corner of her mouth. Moreover, her arms had actually vanished. Blood was surging out incessantly from where her arms were. Besides that, there were dozens of injuries throughout her body, and they were bleeding as well. She seemed to be completely covered in blood. Meanwhile, a thumb-sized rock suddenly flashed out from the space in front of Little Sky. It floated down slowly and descended before Little Sky. Little Sky was stunned on the spot when she saw the rock. Yan Yi fell silent. Obviously, it was the young boy, and had truly vanished from this world. Meanwhile, the armored woman suddenly gazed at Little Sky. "You really surprised me. I never expected such an expert to be willing to ignite his soul just to help you. Needless to say, I'm truly surprised." Little Sky didn't speak. She just gazed at the rocks for a long time, and then she spoke softly. "Don't worry, they'll find a quiet place for both of you so that you can be together forever and never be separated." Bang! Suddenly, the starry sky above them shook violently, and then Qin and Fan Yinyu appeared. At this moment, both of them were quite pale. Little Sky walked over to Qin's side and spoke softly. "Are you all right?" Qin shook her head. "It doesn't hurt that much." Little Sky rubbed Qin's head gently, and then she turned to look at the armored woman's group. "So your nether pavilion likes to do this, huh? My Merak system will play with you today." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand. In an instant, an eye of the heaven Tao appeared in the starry sky above them. Once the first appeared, a second appeared right after. In just a few breaths of time, around 50 huge eyes of the heaven Tao had appeared in outer space. The armored woman glanced at them. She was naturally very well aware of the strength they possessed, and she knew that their strength far surpassed rebirth realm experts. The armored woman gazed at them for a long time, and then she gazed at Little Sky. "My nether pavilion is willing to give you one last chance. So long as you don't resist, leave with us, and make these eyes of the heaven Tao assist our nether pavilion in managing Merak's system, then my nether pavilion can spare everyone. Otherwise, everyone who's fighting against my nether pavilion with you today shall die." Little Sky laughed coldly. "Everyone will die? Such confidence. Let me tell you something. I, Little Sky, dislike fighting, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of fighting. From this moment onward I, Little Sky, officially declare war against your nether pavilion. And going to make your lousy pavilion vanish from this world." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up at the eyes of the heaven Tao and waved her hand. "Strike her. Strike her to death." Bang! 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 In an instant, countless bolts of divine lightning descended towards the armored woman. The armored woman gazed coldly at Little Sky. "Since you want to die, then well, fulfill your wish." She waved her right hand once she finished speaking. A moment of silence ensued, and then a huge mouth suddenly appeared above them. After that, the huge mouth instantly swallowed all the divine lightning. At the same time, one of the eyes of the heaven Tao was instantly swallowed by the huge mouth. The strongest amongst the 10 nether halls. Sky Maiden was here! Chapter 16:01 What a familiar bloodline! A woman appeared in the sky. It was Sky Maiden. Little Sky's face instantly became cold when she saw that huge mouth swallow an eye of the heaven Tao. After that, she was about to wave her hand. However, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed her hand and shook her head. Little Sky glanced at Yang Yi and didn't say a word. Yang Yi nodded to her, and then his figure flashed over to Sky Maiden. Sky Maiden glanced at Yang Yi with an emotionless expression on her face. Yang Yi glanced at Sky Maiden. You're Enine, right? That huge mouth was naturally not new to him. Enine had used that exact same method to devour things in the past. Sky Maiden replied. What difference does it make? Yang Yi fell silent for a short moment, and then he answered. You hadn't awakened your memories then, right? Sky Maiden looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Yes. Yang Yi nodded. I understand now. You're not the Enine I knew. She glanced down at Sky Continent and said, You've been kind to us sisters, so let me give you some advice. Leave this place. Yang Yi shook his head. Can you not act against Little Sky? Sky Maiden gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, No. Yang Yi flipped his palm and the sword precursor appeared in his grasp. At the same time, he immediately activated the sword god's seal and the energy of the demon god. His sword intent immediately rose to the returnal rank. At the same time, a layer of faint golden light covered his entire body. Sky Maiden gazed at Yang Yi. You're no match for him. At the very least, that's the case for now. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at the armored woman. Your nether pavilion took a liking to Merak's system, so you want it to surrender. I have to say that all of you are really overbearing. The armored woman spoke coldly. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Yang Yi nodded. I understand that. He gazed at Sky Maiden. I consider all 10 of you to be very good friends of mine. But this time, I chose Little Sky's side. Suddenly, the armored woman gazed at Sky Maiden. Kill him! Sky Maiden glanced at her, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. This is your last chance. If you leave, I guarantee that the Nether Pavilion won't target you or your loved ones. Yang Yi was about to speak when Little Sky suddenly said, Go. Yang Yi gazed at Little Sky. The latter spoke softly. Fool! Protecting this world is my responsibility. It has nothing to do with you. Go on. I'm serious, I won't blame you. I'll still treat you as a good friend. Yang Yi chuckled. I've never been a selfless person. Protect the world? Seriously, I've never had such thoughts. Little Sky, you're my friend. You're in danger now, so even I would look down on myself if I left now. Fighting while having no chance is foolish, but there are many occasions where even if it's foolish, we still have to fight to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes slowly, and then he vanished on the spot. The Sword of Rebirth. The Sword of Rebirth enhanced by 2 types of returnal rank intent. As soon as Yang Yi executed the Sword of Rebirth, the armored woman's face became gloomy. Because Yang Yi's target wasn't Sky Maiden but her. Suddenly 5 shadowy figures appeared in front of her, and then 5 rays of golden light formed a golden shield that stood in front of them. As soon as the energy shield was formed, a ray of light slammed against it. Boom! A loud explosion instantly resounded, and then the huge golden shield and the ray of light exploded apart simultaneously. 2 waves of energy erupted out, and they caused the surrounding space to ripple. It didn't take long for the surroundings to calm down. Yang Yi gazed at the shadowy figures while a gloomy expression covered his face. Had suddenly attacked the armored woman because she was heavily injured, and he hoped to take her by surprise and kill her. However, he hadn't expected those shadowy figures to be so swift and stop his attack. Meanwhile, the armored woman gazed at Sky Maiden. Sky Maiden, is it very difficult for you to kill him? Sky Maiden fell silent for an instant, and then she suddenly claws at Yang Yi. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi was devoured by a mysterious force. The devouring force was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived before Yan Yi and was about to swallow him. Qin was about to lend Yan Yi a hand, but the shadowy figures appeared around her and surrounded her. Fortunately, a ray of earth and yellow energy surged out from Yan Yi and enveloped him, causing Sky Maiden's energy to be instantly stopped. The energy of the earth. At the critical moment, little Sky had moved the energy of the earth from herself to Yan Yi. Yan Yi glanced at the golden barrier around him and gazed at Sky Maiden. "You were going to kill me," Sky Maiden replied. "I gave you a chance." Yan Yi nodded. This time, he didn't waste his breath on her. Because he was very well aware that she wasn't the Enin he knew. If she was Enin, she would definitely not attack him. Meanwhile, the armored woman said, "Sky Maiden, kill him." Sky Maiden didn't speak to Yan Yi again as well. She looked up at the eyes of the Heaven Tao and said, "Star Controller, my 10 Nether Hall's final mission is to annihilate the eyes of the Heaven Tao in this world. Once that's done, we sisters will be withdrawing from the Nether Pavilion. Of course, even if we aren't withdrawing, you have no right to give me orders. Understand?" The armored woman revealed a gloomy expression on her face when she heard Sky Maiden. Meanwhile, Sky Maiden shot towards the eyes of the Heaven Tao. At the same time, a huge mouth appeared in the sky, and then Yang Yi noticed that the eyes of the Heaven Tao were starting to tremble. It was fear! Little Sky suddenly said, "Stop her." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed that she had no further help. At this moment, Qin was being kept busy by those 5 shadowy figures. As for the Heaven Blaze Emperor Flame, she was in battle with the middle-aged man from the Nether Pavilion. Meanwhile, the spirit of the earth had to be ready to protect Little Sky from any surprise attacks from Fan Yin. Little Sky gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was about to attack when she shook her head at him, and then she waved her hand. "Stop her." As soon as she finished speaking, Snowy suddenly appeared in the sky. The space behind her suddenly started to tremble, and then numerous sprite kings flashed out from there. In less than 2 breaths of time, a few hundred sprite kings filled the area. Little Sky raised her hand and swung it down. "Attack!" A wisp of excitement flashed through Snowy's eyes. A moment later she opened her mouth and blew lightly. A white pillar of light instantly shot out from her mouth. At the same time, the sprite kings behind her released beams of various different elements. These beams converged together and formed an enormous multicolored pillar of light. After that, the pillar of light shot rapidly towards Sky Maiden. Sky Maiden's expression changed slightly. She didn't dare act carelessly and immediately stretched out her right hand before clenching it lightly. In an instant, the space before her was devoured by a mysterious energy. The mysterious energy was extremely swift, and it only took an instant for it to arrive before the pillar of light which Snowy and the Sprite Kings had released. The 2 forms of energy collided. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the starry sky. Sky Maiden was instantly blasted around 30 km away, while the wave of energy that erupted in the sky was completely swallowed by Snowy. Snowy burped after she finished swallowing the energy, and then she gazed at Sky Maiden. After that, she waved her claw again. As soon as they received Snowy's order, the Sprite Kings attacked in unison again. Boom! A few hundred beams of light shot through space and descended towards Sky Maiden and the others from Nether Pavilion. Both Sky Maiden and the armored woman's expressions were quite unsightly when they witnessed this scene. If any one of these Sprite Lords were alone, or even if they had to face Snowy alone, they could deal with them with ease. But if all of them were gathered together, then the joint forces of the Sprite Kings and Snowy wasn't something that their individual strength could rival. The armored woman fell silent for an instant, and then a talisman suddenly appeared in front of her. After that, it shot up into outer space and exploded. Once it exploded, the space behind the armored woman's group cracked open, and then a black pillar of light shot out from within it. The black pillar of light slammed against the multicolored pillar of light that Snowy and the Sprite Kings had created. It was like 2 shooting stars smashing against each other. Boom! The entire area shook violently while a huge expanse of space cracked open and seemed like it was covered in spiderwebs. The collision caused countless strands of energy to surge towards the surroundings, and space was instantly torn open before them. Meanwhile, a man and a beast walked out from the spatial rift behind the armored woman. Little Sky's eyes instantly narrowed when she saw the pair of man and beast, and a solemn expression appeared in her eyes. Yan Ye's face fell at the sight of this. Meanwhile, the man who emerged from the spatial rift gazed at Little Sky. He was about to speak when he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. What a familiar bloodline! Have we met? Chapter 16:02 The Pavilion Master. It was a middle-aged man who was speaking. He wore a pure white robe and held a pitch-black ruler, and there was a slightly strange-looking demon beast by his side. The demon beast was completely pitch-black. It had the head of a dragon and the body of a tiger. It stood on all fours, and it emanated a cold aura. Yan Yi gazed at the middle-aged man, sized up the man, and then shook his head. We've never met! The middle-aged man frowned slightly. The aura of your bloodline is very familiar to me. The Yang clan? Yan Yi thought of the Yang clan because he had the Yang clan's bloodline. Moreover, the middle-aged man said that his bloodline was very familiar. So Yan Yi felt that the middle-aged man may have met someone from the Yang clan. However, the Yang clan was in Milky Way system, and it was extremely far away from here. So, how could the middle-aged man have possibly met someone from the Yang clan? Had the middle-aged man been to Milky Way system, or had a member of the Yang clan come here? Yan Yi had naturally not forgotten that the Yang clan wanted him to participate in the fight to select a successor for the Yang clan. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, Are you from outside this universe, or are you a local of Merak's system? Yan Yi was just about to speak when Fanning Yu suddenly said, He was born and raised in Merak's system. Shed naturally investigated his background. Yan Yi glanced at Fanning Yu and didn't say anything. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard this. He fell silent for a long time, and then he took a deep and long glance at Yan Yi before he gazed at Little Sky. You're the lord of the heaven Tao of this system? Little Sky replied coldly. I don't know, the middle-aged man said. I'm the left guardian of the Nether Pavilion, and am here representing the Nether Pavilion. The Pavilion Master ordered that if you're willing to lead these Eyes of the Heaven Tao and Sprite Kings to surrender to us, then we won't seize the spirit energy of this world. Moreover, you'll maintain control of this world. Surrender? Little Sky laughed coldly. Merak's system will never be enslaved. The middle-aged man gazed at her for a long time, and then he nodded. I understand. As he spoke, he glanced at Little Sky's group and said, Which one of you is going to fight me? Jean was about to step forward, but Little Sky grabbed her hand. You're no match for him. Jean shook her head. I'm not afraid. Little Sky chuckled. I know that you're not afraid. But I can't let you just give your life away. As she spoke, she looked down and said, Big fellow, only you can do this. A moment of silence ensued. Huff. Suddenly, the sound of a breath resounded in the ears of everyone here. It wasn't just the people in outer space that heard it, even the countless peoples and worlds throughout Merak's system heard it. Everyone's expression changed. It didn't take long for a voice to resound. Little Sky, well said. Merak's system will never be enslaved. As soon as the voice finished resounding, the space behind Little Sky suddenly started trembling, and then a demon beast appeared by Little Sky's side. The demon beast had the face of a human and the body of a lion. White hair that seemed like the hair of a human hung down loosely from his head, and there were two black fangs which seemed like elephant tusks sticking out from its mouth. Besides that, there were two more faces at the center of its knees. Besides that, there were numerous thick and pitch-black scales covering its back. The Sky Devil Beast! A voice resounded abruptly. Yan Yi looked towards its source and noticed that it was Fanning Yu. Moreover, he noticed that she had an extremely solemn expression on her face. The Sky Devil Beast? The armored woman looked at Fanning Yu with a questioning gaze. Fanning Yu stared at the Sky Devil Beast as she spoke. When this universe was created, a person and a beast were born. That beast is the Sky Devil Beast. It was born with this world, so it can be said to be one with this world? The armored woman asked. What about the person? Fanning you gazed at Little Sky. It's you, right? Little Sky was about to speak when the Sky Devil Beast suddenly spoke. Outsider, all of that isn't important. If you Nether Pavilion wants to fight, then let's fight. As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its right claw and slapped it down at the left guardian. The left guardian's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't dare act carelessly at all and immediately twisted his wrist. The black ruler in his grasp chopped down at the Sky Devil Beast from afar. Boom! The entire area of outer space shook violently while the space here cracked apart. Moreover, it hadn't just cracked apart, it was on the verge of collapse. However, Sheen suddenly waved her hand, and the almost collapsing space was instantly fortified and started to heal slowly. Meanwhile, the Sky Devil Beast and the middle-aged man had vanished. After they vanished, the armored woman gazed at the demon beast which had arrived with the middle-aged man. Nether beast, I'll leave those sprite kings to you. Roar! The demon beast raised its head and roared with fury. After that, it charged forward in Snowy and the other sprite king's direction. Snowy's eyes opened wide at the sight of this, and then she quickly started waving her claw. Bang! 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 Once they received Snowy's order, the sprite kings immediately attacked in unison. In an instant, numerous beams of light shot forward like shooting stars. How terrifying was it when so many sprite kings were attacking together? However, the Nether Beast had directly collided against their joint attack and resisted it. Yan Yes' face fell when he witnessed this scene. Because the Nether Beast's strength was much stronger than had imagined. Meanwhile, the armored woman gazed at Sky Maiden. I'll leave those eyes of the heaven Dao to you. Sky Maiden fell silent for a moment, and then she charged towards the eyes of the heaven Dao in the sky. Sheen was about to act, but Fanning Yu obstructed her path. Fanning Yu didn't attack Sheen, but she would definitely attack if Sheen tried to attack. Their strengths were almost equally matched. Perhaps she was slightly weaker to Sheen, but it was very difficult for a victor to be decided. Moreover, she didn't need to decide on life and death with Sheen. She just had to stop Sheen from joining the battle. As for the 5 Nether Phantoms, the spirit of the earth was keeping them busy. However, it didn't take long for Little Sky's side to gradually fall into a disadvantaged position. Because the eyes of the heaven Dao in the sky above were no match for Sky Maiden. In less than 15 minutes, Sky Maiden had swallowed 5 eyes of the heaven Dao. Moreover, her aura was growing stronger and stronger as she devoured them. Little Sky's face grew more and more unsightly at the same time. Suddenly, the armored woman looked up towards outer space. She remained silent for a moment, and then she gazed at Little Sky. My Nether Pavilion's army is here! It's over! As soon as she finished speaking, space started to tremble far away in outer space, and then a large group of black-robed figures with spears in their hands appeared there. There were over 500 of them. All of them were at the rebirth realm. Yan Yes' face fell at the sight of this. As for Little Sky, her face remained indifferent. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from far away in outer space, and then the entire area started to tremble madly. At this moment, everyone looked up towards that area while explosions resounded incessantly from there. It seemed like it was collapsing. Meanwhile, Little Sky slowly clenched her fist. Around 15 minutes later, that area finally calmed down, and then the Sky Devil Beast and the Left Guardian appeared there. At this moment, the Left Guardian's countenance was quite pale, and there was a trace of scarlet red on the corner of his mouth. Obviously, had been injured. Little Sky was visibly relieved by the sight of this. Meanwhile, the Sky Devil Beast suddenly vanished on the spot, and it was in front of the Nether Beast when it appeared again. After that, the Nether Beast was blasted away before the others could even see what happened. The Sky Devil Beast glanced at the experts of the Nether Pavilion and said, Everyone who attacked my Merak system today shall die. As soon as it finished speaking, it charged towards the armored woman's group. The Left Guardian's eyes narrowed slightly. A moment later, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the Sky Devil Beast when his figure appeared once more. After that, he grabbed his ruler with both hands and swung it down at the Sky Devil Beast. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then the left guardian was blasted 3 kilometers away. The Sky Devil Beast was about to attack again, but the Nether Beast suddenly roared with fury, and then a pair of huge black wings appeared on its back. The wings flapped forcefully, and the Nether Beast transformed into a ray of black light that slammed down towards the Sky Devil Beast. The Sky Devil Beast didn't try to dodge, and it just slammed itself against the Nether Beast. Just like that, the huge beasts started slamming against each other in the most violent way of fighting. Boom! The space in a huge area shook violently, and then both beasts were pushed backwards. However, the Sky Devil Beast didn't take long to stop itself, and then it pounced forward again and slammed itself down towards the Nether Beast. Boom! This collision slammed the Nether Beast almost 10 kilometers away. The Sky Devil Beast was about to follow up with another attack, but the left guardian appeared in front of it and swung his ruler at it. Bang! The Sky Devil Beast was pushed around 300 m back, but the left guardian was blasted over 6 kilometers away. The experts of the Nether Pavilion had unsightly expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. They hadn't expected the Sky Devil Beast to be so strong. Even their left guardian was no match for it. Roar! The Sky Devil Beast suddenly roared with fury, and then it charged at the left guardian. It was extremely swift. It was so swift that the space in its path was torn open. Suddenly, Little Sky's expression changed. Little devil! Watch out! Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, the Sky Devil Beast was blasted away, and it flew for over 10 kilometers before it finally stopped. At the same time, one of its fangs flew out of its mouth while accompanied by a torrent of blood. Yan Yi was stunned, and then he looked towards the distance. Meanwhile, the left guardian, the armored woman, and all the other experts from the Nether Pavilion bowed slightly towards outer space, and then they spoke in unison. Pavilion Master! Chapter 1603 Invincible. Chapter 1603 Invincible. The Nether Pavilion's Master. Yan Yi was shocked. He looked up and saw a woman was walking over slowly from far away in outer space. Their Pavilion Master is a woman? Yan Yi frowned. He gazed at her face, but he was shocked to realize that he was actually unable to see it. The woman wasn't wearing anything over her face, but he couldn't see it clearly. Yan Yi looked towards Little Sky. Can you see her face? Little Sky glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. Yan Yi asked. Then why can't I? Little Sky fell silent for a moment, and then she replied. You're too weak. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, the Pavilion Master of Nether Pavilion suddenly said, I thought subduing this universe would be absolutely easy from my Nether Pavilion. I never expected that we wouldn't just be unable to subdue it, we would even suffer tremendous losses. I was careless. As she spoke, she gazed at Little Sky. This is your final chance. If you surrender, my Nether Pavilion won't carry out a slaughter. If you refuse, my Nether Pavilion will annihilate all the Sprite Kings and Eyes of the Heaven Tao in this universe. As soon as she finished speaking, the space behind her trembled, and then a white-haired old man and 10 middle-aged men appeared there. Yan Yi's face fell because the white-haired old man's aura wasn't any weaker to the left guardian. As for the 10 middle-aged men, their auras were extremely terrifying as well. They were clearly not ordinary Rebirth Realm experts. The Nether Pavilion was here in full force. Yan Yi gazed at Little Sky. Whether they fought or surrendered fully depended on Little Sky's decision. Little Sky closed her eyes slightly. She remained silent for a long time before opening her eyes again, and then she glanced at the experts of the Nether Pavilion. You think I'm easy to bully? As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward and raised her hands. In my name, I summon the strength of all things. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire world started to become ethereal. At the same time, the entire sky continent. No, everything in all the worlds throughout Merak's system suddenly started trembling. A moment of silence ensued, and then countless strands of energy suddenly converged towards Little Sky from all directions. Moreover, the Sprite Kings and even Snowy released the energy within them and transmitted it to Little Sky. "The Lord of the Heaven Tao!" Fanny New spoke solemnly. "The Lord of the Heaven Tao!" At this moment, Little Sky's identity was obvious. Besides the Lord of the Heaven Tao, could anyone else command eyes of the Heaven Tao, the Sprite Kings, and even summon the energy of all things? Actually, they'd guessed she was the Lord of the Heaven Tao, but they were even more certain now. Yan Yi gazed at Little Sky. "You've recovered your memories?" Little Sky shook her head. "It isn't important anymore." As she spoke, she looked up at the Nether Pavilion's master. A moment later, her figure vanished on the spot, and she was in front of the Nether Pavilion's master when her figure appeared once more. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded. Yan Yi and the others watched with astonishment as the Nether Pavilion's master was blasted around 10 kilometers back. At the same time, Little Sky had grabbed the armored woman's throat before anyone here could react. Little Sky gazed coldly at her. "Even though Little Wheel had no intention to continue living, he died because of you. So, pay for his life." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly squeezed down. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded, and then the armored woman's head was twisted off her neck. Yan Yi couldn't help but glance at Little Sky when he witnessed this scene. "It seems like she's really angry." Indeed. The Nether Pavilion had really gone too far this time. Little Sky casually tossed away the armored woman's head, and then she gazed at the left guardian. A moment later, she appeared in front of the left guardian. After that, the left guardian was blasted around 10 kilometers away. "She's strong!" Yan Yi was shocked. He hadn't expected her to be so strong. She was simply crushing her opponents. But it did make sense. After all, Little Sky possessed the strength of all things. So, fighting her was no different than fighting the entire Merak system. Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly gazed at Sky Maiden. "Are eyes of the Heaven Tao tasty?" Sky Maiden's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a huge mouth appeared above Little Sky before descending down to bite her. Little Sky's face remained indifferent as she twisted her right palm and slapped it upwards. Bang! The huge mouth shattered into pieces, and then Little Sky appeared in front of Sky Maiden before slapping her palm forward. Bang! Sky Maiden was instantly blasted over 30 kilometers away while blood seeped out incessantly from the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, Little Sky appeared in front of her again, and then she grabbed Sky Maiden's throat before Sky Maiden could even react. However, an extremely terrifying wave of energy suddenly surged out from Sky Maiden. Boom! Little Sky was blasted around 300 m back. Meanwhile, the space in front of Sky Maiden was being devoured by a form of mysterious energy. It devoured the space there rapidly, and it only took an instant for the energy to arrive in front of Little Sky and was about to devour her too. Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly pushed her palm forward. Just that movement caused the mysterious energy to immediately stop on the spot. At the same time, the space which had been devoured by the mysterious energy was instantly returned to normal. The ability to devour? Little Sky shook her head. It's not enough. As soon as she finished speaking, she clenched her fist and slammed it forward. Pooh! Bang! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Sky Maiden while her figure was blasted over 15 kilometers away. Little Sky was about to attack again when the Nether Pavilion's master appeared in front of Little Sky, and then she tapped her right hand at Little Sky. In an instant, the space before her acted like a lake that had been struck by a rock, and it started rippling. After that, the space in an area of 3 kilometers around Little Sky cracked apart and collapsed. Chin and the others' expressions changed at the sight of this. Chin was about to lend a hand, but the collapsing space suddenly started healing swiftly. In less than a breath of time, the space in the area where Little Sky had been standing on had been completely repaired. As for Little Sky herself, she was standing on the spot while seeming to be completely unharmed. Little Sky walked towards the Nether Pavilion's master as she said, "Since Merak's system was formed, it has never surrendered to anyone or any power. My Merak system doesn't invade others, but it won't allow others to invade it or surrender to others. Your nether pavilion has invaded my Merak system, so I, Little Sky, represent Merak system to officially declare war against your nether pavilion. Any member of the nether pavilion who has stepped foot into my Merak system can dream about leaving. As soon as she finished speaking, she clenched her right fist slowly. A moment later, she suddenly slammed it at the over 500 Rebirth Realm experts from the nether pavilion who were standing in the distance. Bang! An explosion erupted in the crowd, and then over 20 Rebirth Realm experts were actually blasted into bits. Yan Ye's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. She's absolutely formidable. The experts of the nether pavilion were shocked by Little Sky's strength as well. After all, Shed killed over 20 Rebirth Realm experts with a single punch, and Shed done so with such ease. Such strength. Fanny New suddenly went over to the nether pavilion's master's side and said, "She's being supported by the strength of all things right now, so she's invincible in Merak's system. Pavilion Master, our nether pavilion can't go head-on against her right now." A moment of silence ensued before the pavilion master nodded slightly and said, "All of you retreat first." Fanny New hesitated for a moment and nodded. She waved her right hand, and the other experts immediately shot upwards towards outer space. "You think you can escape?" A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Little Sky's mouth, and then she waved her hand. "World Seal!" As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of mysterious energy instantly appeared above Sky continent. The energy was like a huge net that instantly enveloped the entire continent. At the same time, the Sky Devil Beast pounced forward towards the Left Guardian and the others. Snowy and the Sprite Kings behind her didn't stand by idly as well. They immediately attacked, and numerous pillars of light shot towards the experts from the nether pavilion. Meanwhile, the pavilion master was just about to attack when Little Sky suddenly appeared in front of her, and she slapped her palm at her. She didn't dodge and similarly slapped her palm at Little Sky. Bang! The pavilion master was blasted 3 kilometers away while Little Sky was merely pushed around 300 m back. At this moment, Little Sky was being supported by the energy of all things. Just as Fanny New had said, she was invincible in Merak's system. However, the nether pavilion's master was extremely strong as well. Even though she was being supported by the energy of all things, she could only push her back and couldn't kill her. But if this continued over a long period of time, then the nether pavilion's master's defeat in Merak's system was only a matter of time. After all, his opponent was Little Sky. At this moment, she wasn't a single person but represented the entire Merak system. The nether pavilion's forces were gradually being suppressed, and their experts were falling in succession. Suddenly, the area of space that had been sealed off by Little Sky had started to tremble, and it didn't take long for a point in space there to be torn open. After that, a white-haired old man walked out slowly from within. There were over 20 white-robed old men behind the white-haired old man. All of them were at the Rebirth Realm. Moreover, the white-haired old man was that same old man from Ringworld's system that had come to speak with Little Sky. The white-haired old man glanced at the situation below before looking at the nether pavilion's master. "Let's join forces. This world will go to your nether pavilion. My Ringworld system only wants the Lord of the Heaven Tao or her soul." The old man turned to look at Snowy, and then he continued. "And that Sprite Lord or her soul?" The nether pavilion's master fell silent for a moment, and said, "All right." Snowy glanced at the nether pavilion's master, and then she glanced at the old man from Ringworld's system. A moment later, her figure shook and instantly appeared before Yang Yi, and then she hit on Yang Ye's shoulder. Yang Yi patted her head lightly before he looked up at the old man. "Why do you want the Sprite Lord's soul?" The old man spoke indifferently. "My young master is refining a treasure, and he needs an equipment spirit. That Sprite Lord is just right for it." Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes. "I need a chamber pot, and I think your young master's head is just right. Give it to me, all right?" Chapter 1604 Who Do You Think You Are? The white-haired old man and the others had gloomy expressions on their faces when they heard Yang Yi. The old man stared at Yang Yi. "Do you realize what you're saying?" Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes. "Do you need me to repeat myself?" Snowy was his reverse scale. Since the old man wanted Snowy's soul to be made into an equipment spirit, he would naturally not be nice to the old man. The white-haired old man didn't spear further. He raised his right hand and stretched it forward before making a clawing motion at Yang Yi. In an instant, a huge hand that could hold up the sky emerged from the space above Yang Yi, and then it clawed down at him. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He didn't waste his breath at all and just drew his sword. Wham! A sword howl resounded as a ray of sword energy shot up into the sky. It was extremely swift and instantly slammed against the hand. Boom! As soon as they collided, an explosion erupted, and the aftershock caused ripples to surge through space. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "You have some skill. No wonder you were so arrogant. But you're still an ant." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, clenched his right fist, and then slammed it at Yang Yi from afar. A huge energy fist covered in lightning emerged from the space above Yang Yi. It was over 1 kilometer wide, and when it appeared there, the space around Yang Yi started to warp from the pressure it emanated. Yang Yi was about to attack when Snowy suddenly waved her claw at the Sprite Kings in the distance. After that, she opened her mouth, and a wild beam of light instantly shot out from her mouth. Its target was the white-haired old man. At the same time, the other Sprite Kings attacked in unison. Countless beams of various different colors shot up from below, and they converged into a huge multicolored pillar of light. The white-haired old man's expression changed at the sight of the multicolored pillar of light. He didn't dare act carelessly or underestimate the attack. He immediately signaled the other white-robed old men to attack with him. The multicolored pillar of light created by Snowy and the Sprite Kings were instantly obliterated by their joint forces, and the white-haired old man's group was pushed over 3 kilometers back. Snowy and the other Sprite Kings were about to attack again, but the experts from the Nether Pavilion suddenly charged towards the Sprite Kings. Snowy blinked, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi patted her head lightly. "Go on! Be careful!" Snowy nodded, and then she flashed over to the center of the Sprite Kings. After that, countless strands of spirit energy surged out from within her, and the Sprite Kings immediately started absorbing it. Even though Snowy and the Sprite Kings were extremely strong, the experts of the Nether Pavilion weren't weak either. Fortunately, those Rebirth Realm experts weren't able to harm Snowy's group. However, it was difficult for Snowy's group to annihilate them as well. After all, it was quite a huge group of Rebirth Realm experts. The Nether Pavilion's master gazed at the white-haired old man. "These are all your forces?" The old man glanced at the Pavilion master and spoke in a low voice. "The experts of my ring world system will take 15 minutes at most to get here." The Pavilion master nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Little Sky. "Can you kill me in 15 minutes? Little Sky spoke coldly. "Let's try." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. At this moment, the forces of Merak's system and the Nether Pavilion were in a slight stalemate. Even though Little Sky was invincible right now, the Pavilion Master wasn't weak as well. It was impossible for Little Sky to kill her in a short while. Unless one's cultivation far surpassed an expert at her level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult to kill such experts. Moreover, the Pavilion Master wasn't clashing directly with Little Sky. She was buying time. Once the experts of Ring World System arrived, the situation would be turned around in an instant. Because at that time, the experts of Ring World System just had to join forces with the Nether Pavilion, and they would definitely be able to swiftly annihilate the Sprite Kings and the Eyes of the Heaven Tao. At that time, even if Little Sky remained invincible, she would be helpless to turn the situation around. After all, she couldn't challenge the entire Nether Pavilion and Ring World System on her own. Yang Yi was naturally standing on Little Sky's side. What a joke! Snowy's identity was exposed. So, not to mention Ring World System, even the Nether Pavilion wouldn't spare her. She was a Sprite Lord, so she was absolutely useful to them. Once Little Sky lost Snowy, Little Sky Flame, and all the other sprite kings would definitely suffer. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and it didn't take long for his face to turn gloomy. Because Sky Maiden had devoured another 5 or so eyes of the Heaven Tao. Yang Yi noticed that Sky Maiden was the bane of eyes of the Heaven Tao. Moreover, every single time she devoured one, her own aura would grow slightly stronger. So Sky Maiden was growing stronger and stronger as she fought the eyes of the Heaven Tao. She can't be allowed to continue. Yang Yi remained silent for a while before he flashed over to her. Sky Maiden frowned when she saw Yang Yi appear in front of her. "Move aside!" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Can you spare them?" He was very well aware that Little Sky couldn't pay any attention to the battle here, but if this continued, the eyes of the Heaven Tao would definitely be completely devoured. They were the managers of order in Merak's system. Once Sky Maiden devoured all of them, it would definitely be a huge loss to Merak's system. Sky Maiden gazed coldly at him. "I'll say it one last time. Move aside!" Yang Yi shook his head. Sky Maiden didn't say a word. She just flashed over to Yang Yi before slapping her palm at his head. Yang Yi just gazed at her without dodging or trying to defend himself. Right when her palm arrived just half an inch away from his forehead, her hand suddenly stopped. Yang Yi gazed at her while she gazed at him. A moment of silence ensued, and then Sky Maiden withdrew her hand. "Are you that desperate to die?" Yang Yi took a step forward and said, "You're Ineen, right?" Sky Maiden remained silent. Yang Yi spoke softly. "The you I met all those years ago was the you before you awakened your past memories, right?" Sky gazed at him and remained silent. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "Ineen, can you spare these eyes of the Heaven Tao?" She looked up towards the distance and said, "See that? Merak's system can't be saved. Regardless of whether it's Little Sky or that Sprite Lord, they're a form of temptation that are impossible to resist for some powers. It isn't too late for you to leave." Yang Yi chuckled. "Abandon Snowy, Little Sky, and all my loved ones in Merak's system?" Sky Maiden combed her hair behind her ear and spoke indifferently. "You won't be able to make a difference by staying. This is a war between king-rank powers. Your strength isn't able to change anything." Yang Yi fell silent. She was absolutely correct. He was an utter spectator this time. The battle between Little Sky and the Nether Pavilion was something he was powerless to change, because his strength was just too weak before them. Meanwhile, Sky Maiden suddenly gazed at Snowy. "Give up on her." Yang Yi frowned. "What are you trying to say?" Sky Maiden replied. "You don't understand how tense the spirit energy situation is in the various universes. The reason the Nether Pavilion is trying to expand is because the spirit energy in our world is gradually drying up. We have no choice but to look for another way out. Merak's system is our way out. However, we won't give up on obtaining that Sprite Lord as well." Yang Yi asked. "Why?" She replied. "Because she can save an entire universe. Actually, to put it simply, she's like a spirit vein, an extraordinary spirit vein. A spirit vein that can breathe life into a universe for tens of thousands of years at the very least. Moreover, if shed refined into an equipment spirit, that treasure that has her would be like a super-moving dantian. In short, she's too useful, so no power can refuse the temptation she represents." She gazed at Yang Yi at this point and continued. "But your strength isn't sufficient to protect her. If she stays with you, she'll be a calamity for you." Yang Yi was about to speak when the space far away in outer space suddenly started trembling, and then a huge golden carriage appeared there. The golden carriage was extremely long, and it was actually being pulled by 3 dragons. A young man in an embroidered robe was seated on it, and he was holding a beautiful woman in his arms. At the side of the carriage was a group of guards in golden armor and spears in their grasps. There were 100 of them, and all of them were at the rebirth realm. Everyone stopped fighting when they witnessed this scene. The white-haired old man from Ringworld System flashed over to the carriage, and then he bowed respectfully. "Young Master Lin Chi." The man called Lin Chi stood up slowly, and then he glanced down at the world below him. This is Merak's system? The old man nodded respectfully. It is. Lin Chi was about to say something when the beautiful woman in his arms gazed at Snowy. That's the Sprite Lord? The white-haired old man nodded. Young miss, it is. It's still an infant, so it's suitable to be an equipment spirit. The woman smiled sweetly, and then she wrapped her arms around Lin Chi's waist. Lin Chi, you said you'd get me a Sprite Lord to be the equipment spirit of my heart enlightenment mirror. Lin Chi pinched her cheek and smiled. When have I ever gone back on my word? As he spoke, he gazed at Little Sky. If you give that Sprite Lord to me, it'll immediately lead my forces away. All right? What if I refuse? It wasn't Little Sky but Yang Yi who spoke. At this moment, Yang Yi was holding Snowy in his arms. Lin Chi immediately gazed at Yang Yi when he heard this. Who do you think you are? Who do I think I am? Yang Yi chuckled. Who do you think you are? Me? Lin Chi smiled and said. Ring World System has 400 medium worlds and 3 large worlds. All of them belong to my Lin clan, and am the young master of the Lin clan and future master of Ring World System. So, who do you think I am? Chapter 16:05 I dare you to say another word. Dare to fight me one-on-one? Yang Yi looked Lin Chi in the eyes. Don't talk nonsense with me. All I ask is if you dare to fight me, one-on-one? One-on-one? A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Lin Chi's mouth. What right do you have to fight me one-on-one? Tisk, tisk. Yang Yi shook his head. So the future master of Ring World System is such trash. You know, only the incapable constantly mention who their parents are or who stands behind them. Stop looking around and talking about you. Lin Chi was about to speak when the white-haired old man suddenly shouted with fury. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack, but Lin Chi stopped him and gazed at Yang Yi. You know, being ignorant isn't scary, but it's scary to be unaware that you're ignorant. You. Suddenly, Yang Yi drew his sword and pointed it at Lin Chi. Stop trying to show off. Do you dare or do you not? Everyone here couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi. The experts from the Nether Pavilion actually had admiration in their eyes. Regardless of how strong Yang Yi's strength was, just his courage and spirit had received their acknowledgement. Moreover, men should act like that. Men should just fight. Why talk about background instead? Even if Ring World System was powerful, it didn't represent that Lin Chi was too. Lin Chi's face instantly became gloomy. Since you're in such a rush to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up and shot towards Yang Yi. At this moment, he had to fight. He couldn't afford to bear the humiliation he would suffer if news of it spread. Once Lin Chi arrived around 300 m above Yang Yi, a terrifying aura surged out from within him. Everywhere it passed, it caused space to be pressured to the point of rippling. The dualism realm. Even though Lin Chi was at the dualism realm, the aura he emanated was even stronger than some rebirth realm experts. Yang Yi wasn't surprised by this. Lin Chi was the successor of Ring World System, so had definitely received an enormous number of resources from a young age. Under such circumstances, even a pig would be able to become strong. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then the sword god's seal lit up on his forehead. After that, his sword intent rose to the eternal rank. At the same time, the energy of the demon god surged through him. A moment later, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The sword of rebirth. Yang Yi had used his full strength from the beginning. He naturally had to do that, because he only had a single opportunity. As soon as he saw Yang Yi launch this attack, the expression of the white-haired old man from Ring World System had changed. Watch out! He immediately shot forward once he finished speaking. At the instant he saw Yang Yi vanish, Lin Chi's face had become extremely unsightly. He knew that had underestimated his opponent, had truly underestimated his opponent. He didn't have time to think further. He just flipped his palm, and a black round shield appeared in his grasp. At the same time, his profound energy surged madly into it. A moment later, the tip of a sword stabbed against the shield. Bang! The shield shattered into bits that covered the area. Lin Chi was astounded. He was about to flee, but it was too late. The tip of a sword had arrived on the center of his forehead. Head lost. Head lost from just a single exchange of blows. The old man who'd arrived just 300 m away from Yang Yi and Lin Chi stopped. Disbelief filled his eyes. He hadn't expected his young master to actually be unable to resist even a single attack from a dualism realm cultivator. After all, Lin Chi was an extraordinary genius even in Ringworld's system. The Nether Pavilion's master glanced at Yang Yi. She didn't say anything, but there was a wisp of surprise in her eyes. "Young Master Lin!" Suddenly, Fan Yingyu said, "Your opponent is Merak System's #1 sword cultivator, and he may be its #1 genius as well. Your loss isn't undeserving at all." Even though Yang Yi had been of no use in the battle between Merak System and the Nether Pavilion had never underestimated Yang Yi. Lin Chi stared at Yang Yi and said, "I didn't realize." Yang Yi looked Lin Chi in the eyes. "Tell your forces to leave Merak System immediately and swear on your souls that you'll never step foot in Merak System again." If it was up to him, he wanted to kill Lin Chi right now. But he was very well aware that killing Lin Chi wouldn't be able to resolve the danger that Merak System faced. That was why Head provoked Lin Chi and made Lin Chi fight him. Lin Chi laughed coldly when he heard Yang Yi. "Are you joking? You..." Suddenly, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. Hiss! Lin Chi's left arm flew up into the air while accompanied by a strand of blood. The expressions of the experts from Ringworld System changed drastically from the sight of this. The old man shouted furiously, "Yang Yi! You!" Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the old man and interrupted the old man. "Shut up! Say another word and I'll cut off his head! You!" The old man was exasperated, but he didn't dare to say anything. Because Yang Yi didn't seem like he was joking. Moreover, the old man's intuition told him that Yang Yi would really dare to do as Head said. Yang Yi turned to look at Lin Chi. At this moment, Lin Chi's face was extremely gloomy. "In all my life, it's the first time." "Shut up!" Yang Yi pressed his sword closer to Lin Chi. In an instant, his sword pierced Lin Chi's skin, causing Lin Chi's voice to stop abruptly. It didn't take long for a string of blood to seep out from there and cover Lin Chi's face in blood. Yang Yi gazed at Lin Chi. "I'll ask one last time. Tell them to leave Merak System immediately and guarantee that you'll never step foot in Merak System again." Lin Chi gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he revealed a fierce smile as he said, "Kill me! Do you dare to kill me? Let me tell you that if I die here, then my Ringworld System will crush Merak System." As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Yi's chest. "As for you, I guarantee that everyone related to you will suffer the most brutal torture in this world." "You!" Suddenly Yang Yi's wrist moved. Hiss! Everyone watched as Lin Chi's head flew up into the air. The experts from Ringworld System were stunned. Even the experts from the Nether Pavilion were stunned. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually dare to kill Lin Chi. Suddenly, the Nether Pavilion's master shouted, "Retreat!" Once they heard her order, the experts from the Nether Pavilion didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. Yang Yi glanced at the Nether Pavilion's master. He naturally knew why the Nether Pavilion's master had chosen to retreat right now. It was because she wanted to watch from afar and reap the final rewards. Had killed Lin Chi, so he had no doubt that Ringworld System would definitely not let the matter rest. The Nether Pavilion was retreating now because it wanted Ringworld System and Merak System's forces to be severely injured in battle, and then it would reap the benefits. Did he kill Lin Chi impulsively? Of course not. When he heard Lin Chi just now, he suddenly understood something. It was that he couldn't entrust his hopes on others. Needless to say, asking Ringworld System to leave Merak System and swear to never step foot in Merak System again was quite childish. If you had sufficient strength, others would naturally not dare to bully you, but if you didn't have sufficient strength, then even 100 oaths would be useless. Don't you think it isn't right to just leave like that? Suddenly, a voice resounded from far away in outer space, and then a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. The expressions of the white-haired old man and the other experts from Ringworld System changed when they saw the middle-aged man, and then they quickly bowed respectfully to him and spoke in unison. Patriarch. The Lin clan's patriarch. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected the leader of Ringworld System to be here. Ringworld System didn't have a Lord of the Heaven Dao because the Lin clan was the strongest power in Ringworld System and the one who established the rules and order in Ringworld System. So, the Lin clan's patriarch was naturally the leader of Ringworld System. The Nether Pavilion's master glanced at the Lin clan's patriarch and said, "Looks like your Lin clan is determined to obtain this Sprite Lord and Lord of the Heaven Dao." The Lin clan's patriarch gazed at Little Sky and said, "She's supported by the energy of all things in this universe. Both you and I are no match for her in this universe. We may stand a chance if we join forces. So, how about we join forces? Once it's done, Merak's system will belong to your Nether Pavilion, while the Lord of the Heaven Dao and the Sprite Lord will belong to my Lin clan. What do you think?" The Nether Pavilion's master fell silent. Meanwhile, the Lin clan's patriarch added, "If you retreat now, my Lin clan will retreat too." The Nether Pavilion's master glanced at the Lin clan's patriarch, and then she said, "Fine. Merak's system will go to my Nether Pavilion, while the Lord of the Heaven Dao and Sprite Lord will go to your Lin clan." The Lin clan's patriarch grinned when he heard this, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "Even though that son of mine didn't really live up to my expectations, he was still my son. Just killing you would be letting you off too lightly. How about we do this? My Lin clan needs a watchdog. So you'll take that job, alright?" Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded from far away in outer space. "You want a member of my Yang clan to be your watchdog?" As soon as the voice finished resounding, a woman suddenly appeared here. Her gaze immediately descended onto the Lin clan's patriarch. "If you're still alive in 15 minutes from now, then the Lin clan and Ringworld System will vanish from this world." Everyone who heard this felt speechless. Chapter 1606 If I'm strong, why would I need the Yang clan? Everyone here gazed at the woman. She wore an ocean blue dress, seemed to be in her late 20s, had sharp and slanted brows, a pair of oval eyes, and a beautiful appearance. However, her face was quite icy cold. Something else worth mentioning was that her appearance was slightly similar to Yang Yi. The Yang clan. Yang Yi glanced at her and fell silent. He knew that she was probably the expert that the Yang clan had sent to get him. The Lin clan's patriarch stared at the woman. "Who are you?" She ignored the Lin clan's patriarch and turned to look at Yang Yi. As soon as she laid eyes upon him, a trace of warmth appeared in her icy cold gaze. "You're so big." Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, "Who are you?" She walked over to Yang Yi and replied, "I'm your father's younger sister, your auntie. My name is a single Xian." Yang Yi didn't say anything. To be honest, he didn't have any emotional attachment to the Yang clan, and it included this auntie of his who had just come out of nowhere. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through Yang Xian's eyes when she saw Yang Ye's reaction. "I know you have no emotional attachment to the Yang clan and even me, and I understand that. After all, you've been in the outside world since you were young. However, you must understand that you're a member of the Yang clan, and the Yang clan's blood flows through you. Your father's blood flows through you, and it's something you'll never be able to change." "The Yang clan?" the Lin clan's patriarch suddenly asked. "Which Yang clan?" Yang Xian glanced at him. "You have less than 10 minutes left." The Lin clan's patriarch's eyes narrowed slightly. "Who are you?" Yang Xian didn't answer him and just turned to look at Yang Yi. She sized up Yang Yi and nodded slightly. "It's truly shocking that you were able to attain such strength while being far away from the clan. Even though you're very inferior when compared to those monstrous geniuses in the clan, it's very good." Yang Yi replied. "Are you here to make me participate in the competition to become the next successor of the Yang clan?" Yang Xian answered. "Of course. There are some things that you should get back for yourself. Yang Yi shook his head. I'm not interested. He didn't know what had happened in the Yang clan all those years ago, and he didn't know why his father, whom had never met before, had been exiled. But he didn't want to know, nor did he want to care about it. Simply speaking, he didn't want to be swept into the vortex that was the Yang clan. Yan Xian's face became cold when she heard him. Do you have no ambition? Yang Yi shook his head. If I'm strong, why would I need to rely on the Yang clan? If I'm weak, then even 10 Yang clans wouldn't be reliable. Right. Yang Xian's expression eased up tremendously when she heard this. She patted Yang Yi lightly on the shoulder. It's good that you think that way. But you must understand that there are some things you must take back. Moreover, it's too late to avoid being swept into this vortex. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yang Xian replied. The Yang clan didn't know about your existence before this. Under such circumstances, you may have been able to leave peacefully without returning to the Yang clan. Yet now, the Yang clan is aware of your existence. As far as some are concerned, they can only rest at ease when you're dead. Yang Yi frowned. He was about to speak when the Lin clan's patriarch suddenly said, Are you done with your small talk? Yang Xian glanced at him and said, Time's up. The Lin clan's patriarch nodded. I really want to know how you'll make my Lin clan vanish from this world. Suddenly space shook, and then 10 masked cultivators in violet armor appeared there. A moment later they appeared in front of Yang Xian. They bowed respectfully to her and stood behind her. The expressions of everyone here changed when they saw those 10 experts. It was especially so for the patriarch of the Lin clan. At this moment, his face wasn't just extremely unsightly, it was even quite pale. As for the experts from the Nether Pavilion, they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Little Sky suddenly spoke solemnly. Zenith Realm experts. Zenith Realm? Yang Yi asked. Experts that surpass the Rebirth Realm? Little Sky nodded. Yang Yi glanced at the Nether Pavilion's master and the others. Are they not Zenith Realm experts? Of course not. Little Sky shook her head. They are merely at the Rebirth Realm. However, they are no ordinary Rebirth Realm experts. Or perhaps, it's more suitable to consider them half-step Zenith Realm experts. It's not a problem with their natural talent, it's because universes like ours can't give birth to Zenith Realm experts. Only universes and worlds of even higher level are able to give birth to such experts. She gazed at Yang Xian and continued. You're from an even higher level universe. Yang Xian glanced at Little Sky and said, A Lord of the Heaven Dao. An extraordinary Lord of the Heaven Dao. You've surprised me quite a bit. Extraordinary? Yang Yi asked. What do you mean? Yang Xian sized up Little Sky and said, She has the strength of all things supporting her right now. At this moment, even Zenith Realm experts can't harm her. She can be considered to be invincible in this world. However, it's the first time I've seen a Lord of the Heaven Dao who's capable of making all things willingly offer up their energy. After all, offering up their energy will harm them. But she's able to make them do so willingly. I presume she's very popular and loved here. Yang Yi nodded. Indeed, Little Sky was really popular in Merak's system. The Yang clan. Suddenly the Nether Pavilion's master spoke. Is it that Yang clan which is called the Clan of Madmen? Yang Xian turned to gaze at her and replied, You've heard of my Yang clan? The Nether Pavilion's master clenched her fists when she heard Yang Xian. She remained silent for a long time before she said, Not really. I just heard about it from my master a very long time ago. According to my knowledge, your Yang clan should be very far away from here. Yang Xian turned to glance at Yang Yi. He's a member of my Yang clan. I came just to get him. The Nether Pavilion's master glanced at Yang Yi and said, I understand. My Nether Pavilion has no intention to offend the Yang clan. Well, stop now and never attack Merak's system again. The expressions of the experts from the Nether Pavilion changed slightly when they heard their pavilion master, and there was even bewilderment in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't know about the Yang clan's strength. Yang Xian glanced at her. You're not ordinary yourself. Even though you're not at the Zenith realm, your strength has probably surpassed some Zenith realm experts. The Nether Pavilion's master remained silent. Yang Xian said, "You can leave. Remember what you've said today?" The Nether Pavilion's master glanced at Yang Xian, and then her figure flashed and left Merak's system with the other experts of the Nether Pavilion. A wisp of unwillingness flashed through Little Sky's eyes, but she didn't do anything. Because even if Merak's system could kill the experts of the Nether Pavilion, it would definitely pay a terrible price. Such a victory was meaningless. Suddenly, the Lin clan's patriarch said, "My ring world system." However, Yang Xian gazed at the 10 experts behind her. "Find ring world system and make the Lin clan vanish from this world." They nodded, and then 7 of them vanished on the spot. The Lin clan's patriarch revealed a ferocious expression on his face when he heard Yang Xian. "Do you really intend to fight us to the death?" "To the death?" A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Xian's mouth. "Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of fighting my Yang clan to the death? Allow me to tell you that anyone who insults my Yang clan should die." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand. The last 3 experts behind her vanished on the spot, and they were amidst the Rebirth Realm experts of the Lin clan when they appeared again. It was a slaughter! An utter slaughter! Even though they were Rebirth Realm experts, they practically didn't have the ability to fight back against those 3 experts. Terror appeared in the Lin clan's patriarch's eyes. Earlier, he felt that his clan had the strength to fight that so-called Yang clan, but the scene before him told him that he was wrong. The Lin clan and the Yang clan weren't on the same level at all. The Lin clan's patriarch turned to look at Yang Xian. "My Lin clan admits its mistakes. Please show us mercy." He bowed to Yang Xian as he spoke. Was it an embarrassment? Of course it was. However, he had no other choice right now. Fight them? How? The Rebirth Realm experts of his clan were no match for Zenith Realm experts. Most importantly, 7 other Zenith Realm experts had gone to his clan. He could imagine what would happen to the Lin clan once they arrived. Beg for mercy. All he could do was beg for mercy. Yang Xian didn't even spare him a glance. She just gazed at Yang Yi. "You make the decision this time." Yang Yi gazed at the Lin clan's patriarch. At this moment, the Lin clan's patriarch had a pleading expression on his face. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and glanced at Snowy. He fell silent for an instant, and then he gazed at the Lin clan's patriarch again. "If Snowy were to have fallen into your hands, what would happen to her? If I were to have fallen into your hands, what would happen to me?" The Lin clan's patriarch was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly said, "Since you're my enemy, then you should be annihilated." Chapter 16:07 You're like a dog if you have no strength. Spare the Lin clan? There wasn't anything wrong with his head. Just as Head said, would the Lin clan spare him or Snowy if they fell into the Lin clan's hands? The answer was a definite no. He was very well aware that clans like the Lin clan would only wag their tails like dogs if a person was strong, but if a person was weak, then they wouldn't show any mercy. Benevolence to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Besides that, the Lin clan dared to target Snowy, and he absolutely couldn't tolerate that. A wisp of praise flashed through Yang Xian's eyes when she heard Yang Yi. She patted him on the shoulder. "Good, very good. The men of my Yang clan should be vengeful." Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the Lin clan's patriarch shot towards outer space in an effort to escape. Once he heard Yang Yi, he knew that it was impossible to make Yang Yi spare the Lin clan. So, had decisively chosen to flee. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Xian's mouth when she saw the Lin clan's patriarch flee. A moment later, she vanished on the spot, and it didn't take long for an explosion to resound from far away. After that, the entire expanse of space here trembled violently. 2 breaths of time later, she was back in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, "He's dead?" Yang Xian lifted up her brows. "What else?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. "This auntie of mine is quite formidable." Meanwhile, The 7 violet armored experts who'd left earlier had appeared by Yang Xian's side. They bowed slightly to her and moved behind her. Your bloodline. Meanwhile, Yang Xian suddenly tapped a finger against Yang Ye's chest. You have the Yang clan's bloodline, so why is it deathly silent? She frowned when she spoke up to this point. Suddenly, her pupils constricted slightly. How can this be possible? Your bloodline is actually being suppressed? The other 10 experts here immediately gazed at Yang Yi when they heard this, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The Yang clan's mad demon bloodline has been suppressed? How can that be possible? Yang Xian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. Suddenly, she grabbed Yang Yi by the shoulder and vanished on the spot with him. At the peak of a mountain. She stared at him. That treasure is with you, right? Yang Ye's eyelids twitched. She knows about the primordial pagoda? How does she know that? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he said, How did you know? As expected. She slowly closed her eyes. A long time passed before she opened her eyes and gazed at him. Do you know why your father was exiled? Yang Yi shook his head in response. She explained. It was because of that treasure. No one knows what it is. But when it appeared in our world, it was accompanied by phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Countless experts were alarmed by its appearance, and even our Yang clan's ancestor was alarmed by it. In the end, it fell into your father's hands. Yang Yi asked? And then? She spoke solemnly. After that, his profound energy suddenly vanished without a trace, and he became a cripple. No matter how he cultivated, he couldn't gather profound energy, and he couldn't control that treasure as well. In the end, an extraordinary genius like him was reduced into a cripple. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, Do you know that he was the #1 genius of the Yang clan? If nothing had happened to him all those years ago, then the Yang clan would have been his. The other members of the Yang clan would dare not fight him while he is present there. His profound energy was completely sucked away. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that it was definitely the primordial pagoda's doing because it was the same thing that had happened to him. Meanwhile, Yang Xian continued. The Yang clan will never allow a cripple to be its successor. Actually, he should have died, but too many people were supporting him. So, in order to avoid incurring public wrath, the clan exiled him in the name of training him. Yang Yi said, That's very normal, right? If you don't have strength, you should give up your position. I think it's very normal. Nonsense. Yang Xian suddenly grabbed Yang Ye's shirt and spoke angrily. Do you know that the Yang clan had 25 large worlds, hundreds of medium worlds, and thousands of small worlds at that time? It was your father who conquered 70% of them. They belong to your father, and they belong to you. So, you must return and take back what belongs to you. She let go of him as she spoke, but she still glared fiercely at him. Yang Yi shook his head. Big sister. Yang Xian suddenly said. You better call me auntie if you don't want a beating. Yang Ye's face twitched. He thought for a moment before he said, Heir. I think that even if that father of mine fought and helped the Yang clan gain half of what it possesses, it had nothing to do with me. After all, it wasn't me who did it. She suddenly said. You don't want to go back, right? Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. He really didn't want to go back. To be honest, he had no desire for power. The Yang clan was a huge vortex, and he didn't want to be swept into it. Moreover, he wasn't suited to managing a clan. Yang Xian laughed coldly. How naive! Yang Yi asked. What are you trying to say? She spoke coldly. Do you know how many people in the Yang clan want your life? Yang Yi frowned. Why? Why? She smiled coldly as she spoke. Once your father was reduced to a cripple, countless people in the Yang clan wanted him dead. But do you know why he still didn't die after he became a cripple? Because no one dared to touch him. Those people who fought with your father had utter respect for him. It can be said that if your father wanted to rebel, they wouldn't hesitate to follow him. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Some people in the Yang clan are afraid that they'll support me? You're not that stupid. Yang Xian spoke coldly. The worlds your father conquered all those years ago have mostly fallen into the hands of his siblings. Do you think they will just return them to you? If you're useless just like your father became, then they may not pay any attention to you. After all, no one wants to incur enmity for no reason. However, you're not useless. You're a genius even if you're put in the Yang clan. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly allow you to live? Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, Yang Xian continued. If I'm not wrong, some may be on the way to eliminate you. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Xian. I really don't want to be swept into the issues of the Yang clan. Even though he would definitely be heading to Milky Way system because had promised the old man in Taoist robes that he would send Shaoqi back there, he didn't want to go to the Yang clan. He was very well aware that once he was swept into that vortex, he would never have any peace. Yang Xian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then she nodded. Fine, I won't force you. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. She's that easy to convince? Meanwhile, Yang Xian suddenly gazed at Snowy who was standing on Yang Yi's shoulder. Snowy blinked when she noticed Yang Xian looking at her, and then she hurriedly wrapped her claws around Yang Yi's neck. Obviously, she was quite afraid of this mysterious woman before her. Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. A Sprite Lord? Yang Yi asked. Does Milky Way stream have a Sprite Lord too? Yang Xian looked up at the sky. The universe is huge. In this huge universe, all sorts of civilizations have been born. All of them are different, and their methods of cultivation and cultivation systems are different. However, they all converge towards the same goal. She gazed at Yang Yi. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Yi shook his head. Just be frank. She raised her right hand and clenched it slowly. Strength. Regardless of which civilization it is or what method they use to cultivate, they pursue strength. They pursue life. Yang Yi nodded. He naturally understood how important strength was. In this world where the strong were respected, one would be like a dog if one had no strength. Meanwhile, Yang Xian suddenly said, Since you refuse to go back, then I'm leaving. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot before Yang Yi could say anything. That was easy. Yang Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected that auntie of his to be so easily convinced. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he shook his head and left. Yang Yi returned to the Sprite Palace. In the following days, Sky continent returned to calm. As for his auntie, Yang Xian, she seemed to have left the continent. In any case, Yang Yi didn't see a sign of her. 3 days later, 2 black-robed experts suddenly appeared in the starry sky above Sky continent. The black-robed man on the left asked, Is this the place? The black-robed man on the right nodded. Yes. The black-robed man on the left nodded slightly. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them vanished on the spot. The Sprite Palace. Yang Yi was playing with Snowy when his expression suddenly changed. A moment later, he appeared above Sprite Palace. At the same time, Little Sky appeared by his side. There were 2 black-robed figures standing in front of them. Little Sky and Yang Yi had extremely solemn expressions on their faces because both the black-robed figures were Zenith Realm experts. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure on the left spoke abruptly. It really is the Mad Demon bloodline. You're Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. You're from the Yang clan? The black-robed man on the left replied with a question. What do you think? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he said, I have no desire to fight for the position of successor, and I have no intention to return to the Yang clan. So, haha. Meanwhile, the black-robed man on the left suddenly chuckled and said, That has nothing to do with me. All I know is that my master ordered us to pull out weeds by the root. So you, that younger sister of yours, and that daughter of yours. In short, everyone related to you must die. Chapter 1608 I'm going back to kill. Yang Yi stared at the black-robed man. I don't offend those who don't offend me, but if someone does offend me, I'll definitely kill them. You! A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the black-robed man's mouth. As far as Master is concerned, you're weaker than an ant. The reason we're wasting our strength to kill you is because we want to put an end to some people's thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clawed at Yang Yi. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi froze, and then Yang Yi's figure started to warp. Yang Yi was shocked because he didn't even have the ability to move right now. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying Zenith Realm experts were. They weren't existences that he could resist right now. Suddenly, he felt the space around him tremble, and then Little Sky appeared in front of him. After that, she slapped her palm on his shoulder. Bam! Yang Yi was instantly pushed out of that expanse of space. Meanwhile, the space around Little Sky collapsed and was obliterated. In an instant, the entire area became ethereal. Yang Yi was stunned. He stared at that expanse of collapsed space, and it didn't take long for it to return to normal. Little Sky appeared there as well. However, Yang Yi's expression had changed because Little Sky's body was actually slowly becoming translucent. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that the vitality within her was flowing away swiftly. Yang Yi appeared by her side. He gazed at her body that was growing gradually translucent and spoke in a trembling voice. Aren't you protected by the energy of all things? Aren't you invincible as well? You! Little Sky revealed a pale smile. Silly! I absorbed the energy of all things, so I need to rest for some time before I can do it again. I'm not even stronger than you without the energy of all things. Yang Yi spoke in a trembling voice. Then why did you do this? She cracked a smile. Because we're friends. The soul of the Heaven Tao. Suddenly, the black-robed man spoke. A mature lord of the Heaven Tao is perfect to be made into an equipment spirit. I presume Master will definitely be very happy. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. In an instant, Little Sky's figure trembled, and then her soul instantly transformed into a black ray of light that fell into the black-robed man's grasp. Wham! Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then a ray of sword energy shot up from below. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived before the black-robed man. The black-robed man revealed a slight smile of ridicule when he saw the sword energy. And, as soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. Yang Yi's sword energy instantly vanished without a trace. It was like it had never existed. Suddenly a terrifying aura surged out from within Yang Yi. It didn't take long for his entire body to be covered in a thin layer of golden light. At the same time, the sword god's seal lit up brilliantly on his forehead. Dual intense and the energy of the demon god. A moment later, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and a ray of light flashed at the exact same moment. The Sword of Rebirth. A wisp of surprise flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. That sword technique isn't bad. Unfortunately, you're still an ant. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his right palm forward. Bang! The space in an area of around 10 kilometers before him collapsed. Moreover, a mysterious wave of energy was ceaselessly destroying everything within the pitch black hole in space. Rumble! Rumbling explosions and sword howls were ceaselessly resounding from within the black hole. A few breaths of time later, the black hole finally calmed down slowly. It didn't take long for that expansive space to recover completely. At this moment, Yang Yi was 30 kilometers away. His body had cracked open completely, and it seemed like had been cut 1,000,000 times. His entire body was covered in blood, and it made him seem quite terrifying. The gap between them was too huge. The dualism realm was an entire 2 realms below the zenith realm. It was utterly impossible to close such a gap with external sources of strength. Yang Yi looked up at the black-robed man from below. Or to be more precise, he looked up at the black-robed man's left hand. Little Sky's soul was there. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar resounded through the sky, and then the sky devil beast appeared here. Its gaze instantly descended onto the black-robed man, and then it charged at him. It was extremely swift. Bang! However, It only took a moment for the sky devil beast to be slapped over 30 kilometers away. Absolute suppression. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the black-robed man's mouth. A low-level ant from a low-level world. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi. Every generation is worse than the previous. During your father's time, even Zenith Realm experts were powerless before him at your age. However, you're quite extraordinary to have been able to attain such strength without relying on the Yang clan or activating the Mad Demon bloodline. But as far as I'm concerned, you're still an ant. Once he finished speaking, he stretched his right hand forward in Yang Yi's direction and clenched his fist. It seemed like he'd grabbed the entire area with this gesture, causing the space in a huge area down below to crack apart. Moreover, Yang Yi's figure even started warping and becoming ethereal in an instant. It seemed like he was about to be shattered. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He clenched his right fist tightly and was about to execute heaven obliteration. However, a huge palm suddenly flashed by, and then the area Yang Yi stood at collapsed and was obliterated in an instant. But Yang Yi's figure was around 10 kilometers away. Yang Xian was standing by his side. Yang Xian gazed at the black-robed man who stood at the front. I never expected you brothers to come here. Was it second brother who sent you, or was it that woman, Yang Danqing? The black-robed man glanced at Yang Xian. I never expected the Phoenix Commander to actually come personally to get her nephew. As expected, it's as third young miss said, it seems like some people really do have some fantasies. But Phoenix Commander, do you think this nephew of yours can compete with third young miss and second young miss? Not to mention them, even the other young masters aren't existences that your nephew can compete with. Right. Yang Xian spoke indifferently. That's none of your business. The black-robed man nodded slightly and said, Since you've stepped forward for him, then we have to give you face. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave. However, Yang Yi suddenly said, Leave little Sky Soul behind. He drew his sword and swung it once he finished speaking. The black-robed man waved his right hand, and a ray of bright light flashed and blasted Yang Yi's sword energy into bits. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the black-robed man's mouth. Allow me to be honest. You're utterly unworthy of being compared to second young master and third young miss. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot into the sky. However, Yang Xian obstructed his path. You can't stop them. If they decide to leave, then even 10 Zenith Realm experts can't stop them. Yang Yi stared at Yang Xian, and his eyes were completely blood-red. Move aside! She shook her head. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy instantly arrived before her. However, Yang Xian's expression didn't change at all. She just clenched her right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! Yang Yi's sword energy was blasted into bits. Yang Yi was about to attack again, but Yang Xian suddenly appeared right in front of him, and then her palm pressed down on his shoulder. If you go now, you'll definitely die. If you die, how will you save your friend's soul? What about your younger sister? Or your wives? Or your daughter? Yang Yi's body trembled slightly when he heard her, and then his eyes gradually became clear once more. A long time passed before Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Yang Xian glanced at Yang Yi and said, Those two from before are a pair of brothers. The one who took your friend's soul is Yang Shan, and the other one is Yang Shi. Both of them are part of my Yang clan's 72 warriors. They aren't ordinary Zenith Realm experts. Not to mention you, even the joint forces of me and my subordinates wouldn't be capable of stopping them. Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at her. Who wants to kill me? Yang Yan and his younger sister Yang Danqing. Yang Xian continued. Most of the worlds your father conquered fell into their hands. The reason they want to kill you is because they're afraid their subordinates would suddenly side with you. After all, your father was really popular all those years ago. Yang Yan, Yang Danqing. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Yang Xian suddenly asked, Do you blame me? Yang Yi gazed at her. Blame you for what? She replied. For not helping earlier. If I was here earlier, your friend's soul may not have been. Yang Yi suddenly shook his head. You don't know me anything. So, I have no right to blame you. I only blame myself. I blame myself for being too weak. I blame myself for implicating her in this. I blame myself for being useless. Weak! Too weak! That was what Yang Yi thought in his heart right now. Not to mention the Yang clan that controlled thousands of worlds, even the Nether Pavilion and the Lin clan from before weren't existences that he could resist. As for the Yang clan, even an expert they casually sent may not be someone he could resist. Yang Xian glanced at him and remained silent. Suddenly Yang Yi gazed at her and said, Let's go. I'll return to the Yang clan with you. Yang Xian was delighted when she heard this. So long as you become the Yang clan's successor, you'll immediately gain control of the 72 warriors and… Yang Yi shook his head. I'm not going back there to fight for the position of successor. Yang Xian was puzzled. Then? A vicious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. I'm going back to kill. Yang Xian was speechless. Chapter 1609 An Ancient Cultivator. Yang Yi had never wanted to go back to the Yang clan, and had never wanted to fight for those things that belonged to the Yang clan as well. However, the members of the Yang clan refused to let him live. Such things happened frequently. Even if you refused to get mixed up in trouble, it didn't represent that trouble wouldn't come looking for you. This incident allowed him to realize that it was impossible for him to avoid being swept into the vortex that was the Yang clan. Since it was unavoidable, it was best to head back and put an end to it. Regardless of whether it's the enmity amongst the older generation, or the enmity for this incident, he intended to put an end to them all. Meanwhile, Yang Xian suddenly said, I'd never expected the Lord of the Heaven Dao to sacrifice herself for you. As far as she knew, the Lord of the Heaven Dao was usually very hostile towards humans. She had never met one who could become friends with humans. Little Sky. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists as he stared off into outer space. 2 streams of clear liquid gradually seeped out from the corners of his eyes. You said you wouldn't help me fight, so why did you? Why? You kept calling me a fool, but you're a huge fool too. Yang Xian spoke softly. If she was supported by the energy of all things, then while they could have still defeated her, they wouldn't have been able to kill her. However, she had previously absorbed the strength of all things, so her body hadn't fully recovered upon being overloaded like that. Thus, she couldn't absorb the energy of all things again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at her. If anything happens to her, then it'll make the entire Yang clan pay with their blood. Yang Xian stared at Yang Yi. Don't forget that you're a member of the Yang clan too. Yang Yi walked over to her. In my heart, everyone from the Yang clan can't compare to even a hair on her. Besides that, if anything happens to her, then I'll never forgive myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, an armored figure appeared by Yang Xian's side. Phoenix Commander, his bloodline hasn't been activated, so why is he such a madman? Yang Xian fell silent for a moment and said, It's related to his past experiences. He has a very extreme character, or I should say that he goes to absolute extremes. It's more terrifying than just madness. The armored figure spoke in a low voice. Then if his bloodline is activated, and he's influenced by it. Yang Xian's expression changed slightly. She fell silent for a long time and said, Once they activate their bloodline, the members of the Yang clan enter a state of madness. However, we always try to suppress that madness. After all, no one wants to be controlled by their bloodlines. But he will probably not suppress it. Meanwhile, the armored figure spoke abruptly. Actually, that's a good thing. Yang Xian glanced at the armored figure, and the latter said, Do you think an ordinary person will be able to fight with those young masters and young misses of the clan? Yang Xian fell silent for an instant, and then she said, You still don't understand. He doesn't care about the position of successor. He only cares about his friend. Presently, the entire Yang clan is an enemy to him, and that includes me as well. If you've read through the information about him, you'll understand that when he acts ruthlessly, he really disregards all ties. She looked down when she spoke up to this point. The most terrifying part is that he has attained such accomplishments without relying on the resources and bloodline of the Yang clan. A wisp of worry appeared in her eyes as she finished speaking. Sprite Palace. Sprite Hall. At this moment, all the Sprite Kings were gathered here. Besides them, Snowy, Qin, and the Sky Devil Beast were here. At this moment, all of them knew about what had happened to Little Sky. Yan Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, "I'll save her. I guarantee it." Snowy nodded, and then she waved her little claws to display that she was willing to go with Yan Yi. Qin said, "I'll go with you too." The Sky Devil Beast added as well, "Me too." The other Sprite Kings successively displayed their willingness to go with Yan Yi as well. Yan Yi shook his head. "All of you stay here." "Why?" Qin's brows raised. "You think we're too weak?" Yan Yi shook his head. "Qin, Senior Sky Devil, if both of you leave the continent, then who will protect it?" Little Sky cared so much about Sky Continent, so she would definitely not want anything to happen to it. Thus, stay and protect Sky Continent. Leave the rescuing to me. Rescuing Little Sky represented going against the Yang clan. Even though Qin and the Sky Devil Beast were strong, they were too inferior when compared to the Yang clan. So, he didn't want them to take the risk. He was enough to rescue Little Sky. Moreover, it could be considered to be a private matter between him and the Yang clan. Qin fell silent for a moment and said, "But I still want to go." Yan Yi spoke softly. "Qin, Little Sky isn't here now. If both of you aren't as well, then what would the continent do if someone invaded? What if the cultivators of Sky Continent tried to act against Little Sky and the others? So, you and Senior Sky Devil must stay behind and protect the continent for Little Sky. All right?" Qin remained silent for a long time, and then she nodded. Suddenly, she gazed at Yan Yi. "You must rescue her, all right?" Yan Yi walked over to Qin and rubbed her head. "I promise. Even if I die, I'll bring her back." Qin nodded slightly. "Be careful." Yan Yi nodded, and then he glanced at the Sky Devil Beast. "Senior Sky Devil, I'll leave the continent to you and Qin." As soon as he finished speaking, he took Snowy in his arms and vanished on the spot. Qin suddenly asked, "Will he bring Little Sky back?" The Sky Devil Beast fell silent for a long time before he answered her. "Even if he can't save her, he'll definitely avenge her." Once he left Sprite Palace, Yan Yi returned to Dark Hell Stellar Region. Since he was leaving Merak's system, he naturally had to make the necessary arrangements for everything before he left. At this moment, Dark Hell Stellar Region could be considered to belong to the Sword Alliance. Actually, it was the Sword Alliance's territory, because the Sword Alliance's forces covered Dark Hell Continent. Even though many sects and powers had successively appeared on the continent, all of them obeyed the Sword Alliance. In the Sword Hall, Su Qingshi, Qin Xie, Lei Lin, Little Yao, and Shui were there. Su Qingshi frowned. "You're going back to the Yang clan?" Yan Yi nodded. "Don't worry, I'll be back. This is my true home." She spoke softly. "Should Shui and Little Yao go with you?" Yan Yi glanced at them and shook his head. He wasn't going back there to acknowledge his ancestors. Moreover, the Yang clan hadn't truly acknowledged his existence. So, taking them with him would be no different than asking for insult. Su Qingshi nodded slightly. "Then be careful." Yan Yi took Su Qingshi and Qin Xie's hands. "Is it very tiring to be my wife?" Su Qingshi shook her head slightly and didn't say anything. Qin Xie sighed. "It is a little. You're always far away all year long. I wonder when it'll ever end." Yan Yi hugged them. "I'm sorry." "Silly." Qin Xie rolled her eyes at him. "We're family, so why are you apologizing? Moreover, it's because of you that we're able to live a peaceful life. Not to mention Dark Hell Continent, does anyone throughout Merak's system not know your name?" Does anyone dare to not give the Sword Alliance face? We feel proud to be your wife. Yang Yi smiled. He didn't say anything and just held them tightly. Yang Yi didn't stay for long on Dark Hell Continent. Around 4 hours later, he left and went to Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. Clouds of Heaven Peak. Zhuang Weiran asked as she stood before Yang Yi. Do you need me to come with you? Yang Yi shook his head. What would Clouds of Heaven's stellar region do without you? Just stay here and wait for me, all right? She remained silent for a moment, and then she nodded. I'll be waiting for you. He embraced her tightly. Weiran, trust me. They'll definitely come back alive. Every single time he left, it was his wives who were the most worried about him. Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly and remained silent. They hugged each other tightly on the peak of the mountain. Yang Yi didn't stay for long. Around 4 hours later he left, and Qiongqi left with him. In the starry sky outside Clouds of Heaven's stellar region, Qiongqi asked, You're going to the Milky Way system? Yang Yi nodded and replied, Have you heard of the Yang clan there? Only now had he recalled that Qiongqi was from the Milky Way system too. Qiongqi shook his head. Yang Yi frowned. That's impossible. How could you have possibly not heard of the Yang clan? Qiongqi replied with a question. Is the Yang clan very great? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. I heard they possess 25 large worlds and thousands of middle worlds. Qiongqi nodded. I understand now. The Yang clan you speak of is probably in a medium universe of the Milky Way system. A medium universe? Yang Yi frowned. What do you mean? Qiongqi explained. A very, very long time ago, Milky Way system was actually very small. However, after numerous powerful cultivators appeared there, they slowly expanded Milky Way system. I'm afraid no one knows how huge Milky Way system is. Once it became very huge, small, medium, and large universes were born. That Yang clan you speak of is probably in a medium universe. As for me and the owner of that thing within you, we're from the large universe. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Qiongqi. Is the old man in Taoist robes or the Yang clan stronger? The Yang clan? Qiongqi laughed with ridicule. I don't know what the hell it is. But allow me to tell you that if the owner of that treasure within you wanted to destroy the Yang clan, he would only have to say the word. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, Qiongqi added, Actually, they can't be compared at all. Because the owner of that pagoda is one of the most ancient cultivators of Milky Way system. End of Book 12. Chapter 16:10 The Old Man in Taoist Robes. Book 13. Fight for Succession. Ancient cultivators? Yang Yi continued. Are they not the same as us? Qiongqi shook his head. The method they cultivate is different from this world, and it's even different from the people in the medium universes of Milky Way system. They cultivate in a different way, but it achieves the same effect. Everyone is pursuing strength and eternal life. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Qiongqi. Will you be coming with me to the medium universe or are you returning to the large universe? Qiongqi didn't hesitate at all. The medium universe. Yang Yi was curious. Why? Qiongqi replied. I can't go back. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Qiongqi explained. Actually, Milky Way system is just like this world. You have to overcome a heavenly tribulation to ascend to a medium universe from a small universe. It's the same when traveling from a medium universe into a large universe. The heavenly tribulation you have to face isn't like the heavenly tribulation of this world. It's truly terrifying. Not to mention me in my current state, even if I were at my peak, I wouldn't be absolutely confident in my ability to overcome it. Yang Yi asked. Does the Milky Way system have a heaven Tao as well? Of course. Qiongqi continued. Every world has a heaven Tao, and there's only a difference in strength between them. That friend of yours, Little Sky, is actually still in her youth. Moreover, she hasn't formed her own Tao. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to rely on the strength of all things. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Let's skip that for now. It's great that you're coming with me. Because I need help. Cheongqi was extremely strong. Especially now that Cheongqi still hadn't recovered fully. Once Cheongqi had fully recovered, even ordinary Zenith Realm experts would definitely be no match for him. Cheongqi nodded. Let me into that pagoda of yours. It'll recover more swiftly like that. Yang Yi gazed at him. Didn't you refuse to go in there in the past? Cheongqi replied. There are too many experts. Especially now that you're going to Milky Way system. That place is filled with all sorts of experts. So, I must recover my full strength, or I may be killed at any moment. Yang Yi nodded slightly. It is very dangerous for you to come with me to the Yang clan with your current strength. Kid, it's the same for you. Your current strength is too weak. Work hard on growing stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the primordial pagoda. Grow stronger. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. He did need to become stronger. Not to mention the Yang clan, just the Nether Pavilion and the Lin clan which Yang Xian had annihilated weren't existences that he could resist. If he returned to the Yang clan at his current level of strength, then not to mention saving Little Sky, he might even lose his own life. Yang Yi stood silently on the spot for a long time, and then he immersed his consciousness into his body and sent his clone to the cultivation room on the 3rd level. There were only 2 people there. Xiao Yushi and In Nanjing. At this moment, In Nanjing was seated cross-legged, and a small golden figure was ceaselessly displaying techniques above her. The inheritance. And Nanjing hadn't fully absorbed the martial god's inheritance that day. So, she had started to focus on it after entering this place. It could be said that once she completed this, her strength would undergo a qualitative leap. As for Xiao Yushi, she was cultivating as well. Yang Yi didn't disturb them and left the primordial pagoda. Had just intended to leave this place when the space before him trembled, and then Yang Xian appeared in front of him. Yang Xian asked, Shall we leave now? Yang Yi shook his head. I still have a place I'd like to visit. Yang Xian asked. Where? Yang Yi looked up at the sky. The Nether Pavilion. The Nether Pavilion was situated in Nether Pavilion system, and the system belonged to the Nether Pavilion. After the Nether Pavilion's master vanished all those years ago, Nether Pavilion system had split apart. But once the new Pavilion master appeared, it was united once more. A day later, Yang Yi arrived at Nether Pavilion system. Once he arrived here, he finally understood why the Nether Pavilion invaded Merak system. Because the spirit energy here was truly too scarce, and it wasn't just slightly inferior to Merak system. It could be said that it would take 100 years at most for the spirit energy here to dry up completely, and then it would become a dead universe. The Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi went to the Nether Pavilion on his own. This Nether Pavilion wasn't the same one on Sky continent. This was the real Nether Pavilion. The pavilion was almost 5,000 kilometers long, and it was built on a mountain that towered over 100 kilometers in the sky. It was imposing. Extremely imposing. Yang Yi had just arrived at the foot of the mountain when a black-robed figure appeared in front of him. May I know what you're doing here? Yang Yi immediately understood that they knew who he was. Yang Yi replied, Please notify your pavilion master. Just tell her that I, Yang Yi, am here to pay her a visit. The black-robed man fell silent for an instant, and then he said, Wait a moment. He immediately vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Around a dozen breaths of time later, he appeared once more in front of Yang Yi. Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a string of afterimages as he vanished into the distance. Yang Yi tapped his right foot down, and transformed into a ray of light that followed after the black-robed man. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive before a hall, and then black-robed man gestured for him to go in. Yang Yi nodded slightly and entered the hall. The hall was huge, and there was only a single person in it. The master of Nether Pavilion. Just like before, he couldn't see her appearance. She spoke abruptly. Do you need something? Yang Yi replied. Am going back to the Yang clan. But am all alone. I hope the Nether Pavilion will help me. He wasn't a fool, so he wouldn't just go against the Yang clan right after he got back. That would be no different than asking for death. He had to obtain the support of some of the Yang clan's members. Only then could he fight Yang Yan and Yang Danqing. Besides that, he needed external support. Had found out from Yang Xian that every single disciple of the Yang clan that tempered themselves in the outside world would have their own forces. Those forces would be the biggest help they had when fighting for the position of successor. Because besides the disciples of the Yang clan who were fighting for the position of successor, no other members of the Yang clan were allowed to participate in the competition. It was to guarantee absolute fairness and prevent the Yang clan from splitting apart internally. Of course, the members of the Yang clan would still take sides in secret, but they just want openly assist those disciples. In short, the disciples of the Yang clan who were fighting for the position of successor could only rely on themselves. The powers they formed on their own or the external support they obtained was considered a part of their strength. Yang Yi was here to see the Nether Pavilion's master because he hoped to attain the Nether Pavilion's support. Fighting on his own? He didn't fear that. However, it was too tiring. Moreover, his main objective was to rescue Little Sky. If the Nether Pavilion was willing to help him, then his chances would be much greater. A moment of silence ensued within the hall, and then the Nether Pavilion's master said, "Why should we?" Yang Yi replied, "Don't you want your Nether Pavilion to enter an even higher level universe? Presently, you have a chance, and that chance is me. You can enter a higher level universe through me. Or we may vanish from this world because of you, right?" she said. "Yang Yi, both of us are very well aware of the strength that the Yang clan possesses. Even though my Nether Pavilion isn't weak, it's far inferior from the Yang clan. If you win the position of successor, then it would not be bad, but what if you lose? During the fight for the throne in royal families, how many princes are able to live peaceful lives at the end of it? If you lose, would the winning successor let you live? Would my Nether Pavilion be allowed to live?" Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "But what if I do win? If I become the Yang clan's successor, your Nether Pavilion would be able to instantly enter Milky Way system and even move there. At that time, many experts of your Nether Pavilion will be able to attain the Zenith realm with the Yang clan's help, right?" she replied with a question. "Why do you think that you can win?" Yang Yi replied with a question as well. "Why do you think that I can't?" She took a step forward. "You're the one who has to convince me. I don't have to try and convince myself. Understand?" Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, "No matter what I say, it isn't important. The important thing is whether you believe in me, right? The Nether Pavilion's master should be aware of his strength, and even everything he had. So, nothing he said would make a difference. The important thing was whether she believed in him. If she did, then he didn't have to say anything and she would choose to work together with him. But if she didn't believe in him and felt that he would never be able to succeed, then it wouldn't make a difference no matter how he tried to prove himself." Silence filled the hall. Around 15 minutes later, she said, "I hope our cooperation is a pleasant one." Yang Yi gazed at her, remained silent for a short while and said, "Likewise." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Once he left, Fanning Yu suddenly appeared by the Nether Pavilion's master's side. She looked in the direction of the exit and said, "You're confident in him?" The Nether Pavilion's master shook her head. "Even though his natural talent isn't bad, it's probably not the best in the Yang clan." "I understand." Fanning Yu nodded. "Just as he said, it's a chance for us. A chance to enter an even higher level universe. Such a chance is worth such a gamble." The Nether Pavilion's master nodded. "Indeed. However, the reason I agreed is because of his character. He's loyal. So long as we don't betray him, he will definitely not betray us." "Indeed," Fanning Yu continued. "He always seeks to maintain a clear conscience. So, we don't have to worry about him playing tricks on us." The Nether Pavilion's master ordered, "Go make the necessary preparations." Fanning Yu nodded slightly and was about to leave. However, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said, "There's something that has troubled me for a long time. I hope you can give me the answer I seek. The Nether Pavilion's master said. Go on, Fanny New asked. Where did Pavilion Master Xiaoxi go? She was naturally speaking about the Nether Pavilion's former master. The Nether Pavilion's master fell silent for a moment. She went to look for someone. Who? An old man in a Taoist's robe. Chapter 16:11 There's no love in the Yang clan. An old man in a Taoist's robes? Fanny New asked. That old man who killed Jian Wuji? The Nether Pavilion's master nodded. At that time, Master's strength was matchless in the dozens of universes around us. It could be said that Shed arrived at a limit, and it was at that time which she felt lost. Because she didn't know how to continue on her path towards the Tao, and it was so until she met that old man in a Taoist's robes. Fanny New asked. They fought? The Nether Pavilion's master nodded slightly. Fanny New asked another question. Did Pavilion Master Xiaoxi lose? She did. The Nether Pavilion's master continued. She was completely defeated, and the one who defeated Master was just the old man's clone. A clone! Fan Yunya's pupils constricted slightly. She knew the old man in a Taoist robe was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be that strong. The previous master of the Nether Pavilion could be said to have been the strongest existence in the dozens of universes around Nether Pavilion's system. However, Shed lost to the old man in a Taoist robe, and it was even just a clone of him. Meanwhile, the Nether Pavilion's master continued. Later on, Master told me that the old man had overturned her understanding of the Tao. So, she went off in search of her path. Fanny New asked. Which universe did she go to? The Nether Pavilion's master looked up towards the sky outside and remained silent for a long time before she said, Milky Way system. At this moment, Fanny New finally understood why the Nether Pavilion's master had decisively chosen to agree to Yang Ye's request. As soon as he left the hall, Blood Maiden appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, Weren't you and the others leaving the Nether Pavilion? She replied, We were, but we aren't anymore. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She shook her head. You'll know when the time comes. I came here to see you because my eldest sister asked me to. She asked me to tell you that she's very sorry about what happened to your friend, Little Sky. Sky Maiden. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden added, Actually, she is Yinyin. However, she hadn't awakened when you met her. Now, she has awakened. Her past memories have almost washed away her memories from this lifetime, so the connection she has with you is very faint. However, I'm sure you noticed that the connection still exists. But... Yang Yi nodded. I understand. She's Yinyin but not Yinyin as well. Right? Blood Maiden nodded slightly. Yang Yi said, Help me tell her that Yinyin always has a place in my heart. Blood Maiden fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Second sister, have you found out where Xiaoyao is? Blood Maiden nodded. She's in a very safe place. You don't have to worry about her. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Tell her to wait for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, a woman appeared here. It was Sky Maiden. Blood Maiden gazed at her. Eldest sister. Sky Maiden didn't speak, and she just gazed at the direction Yang Yi vanished towards. Her gaze gradually became slightly blank. At this moment, she recalled everything that had happened on Profounder Continent. Especially when the Eye of the Heaven Tao sent down its divine lightning of obliteration, and Yang Yi had stood in front of her. As soon as he left Nether Pavilion system, Yang Xian appeared in front of him. You're quite capable. You actually made them agree to work together with you. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. They are nothing to the Yang clan, right? Yang Xian shook her head slightly. Even though they can't compare to my Yang clan, they aren't weak. At the very least, they are qualified to fight against the powers and external support that the other disciples of my Yang clan possess. If you don't have their support, then you would really be all alone in the Yang clan, and it's impossible to fight for the possession of successor all on your own. Yang Yi suddenly asked. Are you really my father's younger sister? Of course. Yang Xian asked. Why do you ask? Yang Yi shook his head. No reason. Let's go to the Yang clan. Yang Xian glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. Let's go. As she spoke, she grabbed Yang Yi's shoulder and vanished on the spot with him. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi and Yang Xian arrived at a point in space. There was a huge colossus that looked like a ship floating in front of them. It was almost 30 kilometers long. Both ends of it were sharp, and its entire body was airtight. It seemed quite strange from the outside. A divine shuttle, Yang Xian explained. It's a form of flying transport. The Milky Way system is over 100 million light-years away from here. It would have taken me almost 10 years to get here without it. Even with it, it still took me around 3 months to get here. Yang Yi turned to look at her. The Milky Way system is that far away from here? Yang Xian nodded. It's extremely far away, and very dangerous. Yang Yi frowned. It's dangerous even for you? Yang Xian looked up into the depths of space. How huge is this entire universe? How many unknown beings and experts live throughout it? Besides that, there are black holes, spatial storms. In short, even Zenith Realm experts are very tiny in the boundless universe. The universe. Yang Yi looked up at the depths of the starry sky. He could still see countless stars at the end of his field of vision. Needless to say, Yang Xian was right. They really were very tiny when compared to the entire universe. Meanwhile, Yang Xian said, Let's go. The competition will start in 3 months. We'll be just in time if we depart right now. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant before he said, I have to go to one more place. It's the last place. Because I made a promise to someone. Yang Xian asked. Where? Yang Yi replied. Stellar Cloud System. Stellar Cloud System was the home of those people whom Little Sky had imprisoned within the ominous territory. He was going there because of the dragon seal in his sea of consciousness. Had promised that mysterious man he met that he would get the dragon seal back to the man's descendants. Yang Yi was naturally a man of his word. Yang Xian nodded. Let's go. As she spoke, she grabbed Yang Yi's shoulder and brought him into the divine shuttle. Yang Xian waved her hand lightly. In an instant, the divine shuttle shook violently, and then it vanished on the spot. It was swift. Extremely swift. Its speed simply exceeded Yang Yi's imagination. The Imperial Cloud Shuttle he possessed couldn't even be compared to the Divine Shuttle's speed. Not to mention the Imperial Cloud Shuttle, even the speed of a Zenith Realm expert couldn't compare to its speed. Around 15 minutes later, the Divine Shuttle suddenly stopped. Yang Xian pointed towards the distance. Stellar Cloud System is right ahead of us. 2 days are enough for you, right? Yang Yi nodded. It's enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. Once Yang Yi's figure vanished, an armored figure appeared by Yang Xian's side. His strength isn't bad. However, it's much inferior when compared to those young masters. The armored figure paused for a moment, and continued, Commander, you aren't making him return to fight for the position of successor, you just hope to use him to gather his father's old subordinates, and then... Suddenly, Yang Xian glanced coldly at the armored figure. The expression of the person beneath the armor changed, and the armored figure hurriedly lowered its head. A long time passed before Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. There's no familial love in the Yang clan. The armored woman kept her head down and didn't dare to say anything. After he entered Stellar Cloud System, Yang Yi started inquiring. It didn't take long for him to find out about Dark Moon Kingdom. There were many continents in Stellar Cloud System, and one of them was called Dark Moon Continent. The Dark Moon Kingdom was on Dark Moon Continent, and it was the strongest power there. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to enter Dark Moon Kingdom's capital, Dark Moon City. Even though it wasn't as imposing as the Nether Pavilion, it wasn't weak, and it was much more imposing than Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. Yang Yi didn't waste any time and went straight for the palace. Had just arrived at the palace when a guard in black armor appeared before him and shouted, The Imperial Palace is a restricted area. Leave if you have no business here. Yang Yi cupped his fist and said, Please notify your emperor that Merak Systems Yang Yi is here to meet him. The guard sized up Yang Yi and asked, You're from outside our system? Yang Yi nodded. The guard hesitated for a moment and said, Wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Around 10 breaths of time later, the guard appeared before Yang Yi again. Please come with me. Yang Yi nodded. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to be led to a palace, and then the guard gestured for Yang Yi to enter before leaving. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings before he entered the palace. There was only a single middle-aged man in an imperial robe within the palace. A rebirth realm expert. The middle-aged man suddenly asked, Who are you? Yang Yi flipped his right palm slightly, and then a dragon seal appeared in his grasp. As soon as he saw the seal, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. How did it fall into your possession? Yang Yi shook his head. It's a long story, so I won't recount it. I'm here because of a request. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked the dragon's seal over to the middle-aged man, and then he said, Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around with the intent to leave. However, the middle-aged man suddenly said, Wait. Yang Yi stopped and said, There's no need to thank me. Meanwhile, 6 guards suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. All of them were rebirth realm experts. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he turned around to look at the middle-aged man. What's the meaning of this? The middle-aged man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. You cultivated the technique within the dragon seal, right? Yang Yi nodded. I have indeed. The middle-aged man's eyes instantly narrowed. I'm sorry. I can't allow the cultivation technique of my clan to fall into the hands of an outsider. Yang Yi asked. So? The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. So you have to die. Chapter 16 12 Merge. Yang Yi's face fell when he heard the middle-aged man, and then he turned to look at the middle-aged man. I came all the way here to send it to you, but you want to kill me. That's not right, isn't it? The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. I'll leave your corpse intact, all right? Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the middle-aged man when his figure appeared once more. After that, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. 6 overlapped heavenlands. As soon as he swung his sword, the space around Yang Yi and the middle-aged man cracked apart. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to just attack, and he hadn't expected Yang Yi to be so strong. He didn't dare act carelessly. The profound energy within him circulated as he clenched his fists and slammed them forward. 2 small golden dragons flashed out from his arms and slammed down towards Yang Yi. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the entire palace was blasted into ash. At the moment that the palace was blasted into a pile of ashes, the middle-aged man was blasted backwards by Yang Yi's attack. Yang Yi didn't stop. He closed his eyes, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The Sword of Rebirth. It could be said that besides heaven obliteration, the Sword of Rebirth was his strongest technique. The reason Head executed it was because he didn't want to waste more time. He didn't want to fight the middle-aged man for a few days and nights. At the instant Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot, the middle-aged man's pupils had constricted while astonishment filled his eyes. He hadn't even been able to react before that ray of light shot through the center of his forehead. The light dispersed to reveal Yang Yi standing around 30 m behind the middle-aged man. A moment of silence ensued, and then a drop of blood suddenly appeared at the center of the middle-aged man's forehead. The blood gradually increased. In the end, it started flowing like a fountain. The other rebirth realm experts who were charging at Yang Yi just now had stopped. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Seeing someone surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle wasn't new to them, but they'd never seen someone do it with such ease. A dualism realm expert had killed a rebirth realm expert with 2 attacks. That was quite unusual. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the dragon seal instantly flew into his grasp. Meanwhile, countless experts started approaching from all directions. In just a few breaths of time, Yan Yi was completely surrounded. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings with indifference. Meanwhile, a young man stepped forward. The young man was slightly similar in appearance to the middle-aged man from before. He sized up Yan Yi and asked, "Why are you here? Why did you kill my imperial uncle?" Yan Yi shook his head. "I wasn't the one who wanted to kill him, he was the one who wanted to kill me." The young man fell silent for a long time before he said, "Then what are you doing here in Dark Moon Kingdom?" Yan Yi flipped his right hand, and the dragon seal appeared in his grasp. "I'm here to deliver this. The royal seal." The young man's expression changed. "You've met my royal grandfather?" Yan Yi replied. "I don't know who he is. He just entrusted me with bringing this thing back here." "Right, he said that if I felt the emperor wasn't capable, then I should help him kill that emperor and choose a new one." Yan Yi pointed at the middle-aged man who was a corpse now. "I think he wasn't capable." The others exchanged glances. No one knew what they were thinking. A long moment of silence ensued, and then the young man suddenly said, "I apologize for the treatment you received." Yan Yi gazed at the young man for a long time, and then he flicked the dragon seal over to the young man. After that, he turned around and started walking away. The young man was stunned. "Wait." Yan Yi stopped and turned to look at the young man. "What?" The young man said. "This royal seal is of the utmost importance to my Dark Moon Kingdom. You've done us a huge favor by returning it to us. Please let me know your name, so that my kingdom can—" Suddenly Yan Yi waved his hand. "I was only doing what someone entrusted to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. The young man gazed at the sky for a long time and shook his head. "What a pity." An old man by the young man's side asked, "What's a pity?" The young man replied, "It's a pity that we lost the chance to make friends with an expert." He suddenly shook his head and smiled. "Haha, my imperial uncle was wise for a lifetime, but he made a mistake this time." The old man shook his head. If the former emperor knew about that man's strength, he would have definitely not done that. "Unfortunately," the young man said, "he was a sword cultivator, and both techniques he executed were greater than my Yin clan's cultivation techniques and combat techniques. Unfortunately, my imperial uncle was too conceited. Otherwise, our kingdom may have been able to become friends with an extraordinary expert." The old man said, "But it's a good thing for you, Your Highness." The young man's lips curled up slightly. "Of course." As soon as he left Stellar Cloud System, Yang Xian appeared in front of him. "Is it done?" Yan Yi nodded. "Let's go." Yang Xian nodded slightly, and then she waved her right hand and appeared in the Divine Shuttle with Yan Yi. The Divine Shuttle was huge, and it had its own rooms. However, the 10 Zenith Realm experts who came with Yang Xian didn't stay in those rooms, and they stood guard around the shuttle. Once he entered a room, Yan Yi entered the Primordial Pagoda. As soon as he entered it, Zir appeared before him. Once she could take human form, Zir rarely used her true form in front of Yan Yi, because she didn't want Yan Yi to treat her like a child. Zir had just appeared before Yan Yi when a ray of white light flashed, and then Snowy appeared in front of Yan Yi. This time, Yan Yi hadn't left Snowy in Merak's system. Even if he wanted, she would definitely not agree. Zir, Snowy, and Nanjing, who was still absorbing the inheritance, Xiao Yushi, who was still cultivating in the cultivation room, and Qiongqi had come with him. As for the huge golden dragon from the Heavenly Dragon clan, had left it in Merak's system. Even though it was inferior to Zenith Realm experts, it was much stronger than ordinary Rebirth Realm experts. So, he left it at Merak's system to protect his loved ones. Yan Yi rubbed Snowy's head gently, and then he gazed at Zir. "Go play together." Zir knew that Yan Yi was busy, so she immediately nodded and vanished into the distance with Snowy in her arms. Yan Yi went to the 3rd level. At this moment, Nanjing was still absorbing the inheritance. Actually, it should be said that she was merging with it. She was merging the martial god's Tao into her own Tao. She was a proud person. So, while she would learn from the skills of others, she would absolutely not become an absolute copy of that person. Yang Yi glanced at Nanjing and Xiao Yushi. He didn't disturb them, and he just sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Consolidation. The gap between him and the one-armed woman had been that his sword intent wasn't consolidated. To put it in simpler terms, it wasn't as stable and condensed as hers, and it was slightly superficial. Perfection. His current task was to locate the insufficiencies in his sword intent, and then perfect it. Actually, had wanted to do it a long time ago, but he had too many things to deal with then. He didn't have the time to consolidate his sword Tao. Yet now, he had at least 3 months until he arrived at the Yang clan. In the 3 level, 3 months was equivalent to 3 years. 3 years were sufficient for him. In Yang Xian's room, only Yang Xian and an armored figure resided here. The armored figure spoke in a low voice. "He's gone." She shook her head. "He's still in the room." The armored figure was puzzled. "Then why?" Yang Xian said. "Everyone has their own secrets, and so does he. Don't investigate or pay any attention to him. He's a proud and extreme person. If you offend him, it won't benefit anyone." The armored figure nodded and seemed to have thought of something. "Young miss, I'm sure you're aware of the character that this young master of ours has. It wouldn't be a huge deal if he doesn't have any potential or strength, but he just happens to have strength and potential that aren't bad." The armored figure didn't finish speaking. Yang Xian spoke indifferently. "You're afraid he'll spoil our plans?" The armored figure replied. "Aren't you afraid of that?" Yang Xian turned to look towards the distance, and it was in the direction of Yang Ye's room. She remained silent for a long time before she spoke softly. "Can he?" "In the primordial pagoda." At this moment, Yang Yi seemed like a monk in meditation. Had completely forgotten that his sword intent was at the quasi-returnal rank. Simply speaking, he was inwardly going through the process of advancing from the once level of sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank. During the first round, he didn't notice any problems. During the second round, he still didn't notice any problems. In the 5th round, he started to notice some problems. When he went through it the 20th time, he noticed that his sword intent was filled with issues. At this moment, he finally understood why the one-armed woman could still firmly suppress him while not using any sword intent. It was because his sword intent was filled with flaws in her eyes. If one didn't reflect on himself or herself, one would never know how bad one was. Once he noticed the problems, he started to resolve them. Actually, it wasn't too difficult to deal with them. After all, his sword intent was at the quasi-returnal rank. All he needed was to fortify his sword intent and make it even more consolidated. He spent an entire year completing this process. At a certain moment a year later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, a strand of terrifying sword intent surged out from within him. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi's sword intent to return back into his body. Returnal rank sword intent. It wasn't quasi-returnal rank sword intent but returnal rank sword intent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly closed his eyes again. At the same time, the left side of his body suddenly turned blood red, and the hair on the left side of his head had turned blood red too. However, the right side of his body was very normal. Merging. At this moment, he intended to fully merge his dual intents. Chapter 16-13 Slaughter Sword Intent. Merging his intents. Merging his intents was just a spur of the moment. If he could merge them, their strength would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. His sword intent and slaughter intent had been merged together in the past. However, in the end, either his slaughter intent or sword intent was slightly stronger. Under such circumstances, his intents couldn't merge at all. So, in the end, his intents had split apart. Yet now, his slaughter intent was at the returnal rank while his sword intent was at the returnal rank too. It just happened to be able to merge. Merging intents wasn't a simple task, and it should be said to be very dangerous. The slightest mistake may cause him to lose his mind. Fortunately, it wasn't that difficult for him, because had constantly been bringing his sword intent to the brink, so his control of it was very good. Even then, he still didn't dare act carelessly. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi was slowly merging his intents. Meanwhile, outside his room in the shuttle, Yang Xian's brows were pressed tightly together because Yang Yi had been missing for an entire month. Yang Yi's room had been empty for an entire month. However, she was sure that Yang Yi was still in the room. Firstly, Yang Yi had no reason to flee. Secondly, the divine shuttle was flying. So, not to mention Yang Yi, even a Zenith Realm expert wouldn't dare to leap out of a flying divine shuttle, because it was moving too swiftly. If someone jumped out while it flew, then even a Zenith Realm expert may be minced into bits. Besides that, it was impossible for Yang Yi to escape without making a sound while 11 Zenith Realm experts resided in the shuttle. So, she knew that Yang Yi was still in the room. The armored figure suddenly asked, "Should we go in and have a look?" Yang Xian fell silent for a while before she shook her head. "Let's wait and see." The armored figure nodded and left. Yang Xian gazed at Yang Yi's room, and her brows were still pressed together. Even though she knew Yang Yi was still in the room, she couldn't sense his presence. That was very unusual because her strength far surpassed Yang Yi's strength. She gazed at his room for a long time, and then she spoke softly. "He's quite mysterious indeed." Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. But in the primordial pagoda, another year had passed. This time, Yang Xian wasn't really able to restrain herself any longer. Right when she was about to enter his room, the door suddenly opened, and then Yang Yi walked out. She gazed at him for a long time and said, "Your aura has grown stronger." Yang Yi nodded. Had naturally grown stronger. During these 2 years of cultivating in the primordial pagoda, he hadn't just perfectly merged his slaughter intent and sword intent, had consolidated and tempered his cultivation over and over again. Even though he was still at the dualism realm now, he was countless times stronger than before. This time, he realized that merely relying on battle to improve himself wasn't sufficient. He needed to constantly meditate and perfect himself. Moreover, he had to frequently meditate and improve his mental state. In short, during this period, he hadn't just gained an advancement in his sword intent and strength, had realized many things. Yang Xian nodded slightly when she saw Yang Yi nod. "That's a good thing." She turned around and walked off. "Come take a look." Yang Yi glanced at her and followed her. Yang Yi went with Yang Xian to the front of the divine shuttle. There was a thin barrier of light around the shuttle, and the deep and distant starry sky was outside the barrier. At this moment, they were traveling through the boundless starry sky. Yang Xian asked, "What do you think?" He glanced at the boundless ocean of stars. "The world is huge." Yang Xian nodded. "It's huge, but also tiny." Yang Yi gazed at her. "What do you mean?" Yang Xian said. "There are countless living beings in the boundless universe. There are humans, and many other races. Most of them are cultivating. What does cultivating require? It requires spirit energy. If one desires to grow strong and live longer, it requires a huge amount of spirit energy. It's the same for humans and all the other living beings. However, I'm sure you're aware that spirit energy isn't endless." She paused for a moment and continued. "Regardless of how abundant the spirit energy in a world is, a day will come when it dries up. Now do you realize why my Yang clan is constantly launching expeditions to conquer other worlds? It's because we need even more worlds, and even more spirit energy. That's the only way to support even more people and nurture even more experts." Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Xian said, "Don't blame the Yang clan for having no familial love. Because if a clan doesn't act cruelly to its disciples, extraordinary experts wouldn't be born. If a clan doesn't have extraordinary experts, it may vanish from the world." Yang Yi shook his head. "Actually, I felt no connection to the Yang clan, but I didn't hate it. As for now, I'm weak, so I don't want to say anything. All I will say is that I treat others how they treat me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's gaze gradually became icy cold. If anything happened to Little Sky's soul, then he would carry out a slaughter in the Yang clan even if he couldn't annihilate it. Yang Xian glanced at him and didn't say anything. Actually, she was quite satisfied with Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi has attained such strength without awakening the Yang clan's bloodline or receiving any resources from the Yang clan. It was a very rare feat, however. She was quite worried about his character. Because of their bloodline, the disciples of the Yang clan were quite mad. However, Yang Yi wasn't just mad. No, he was even more terrifying than that. Even though they were quite mad, the disciples of the Yang clan would consider the general situation, but Yang Yi wouldn't. It was easy for such a person to die, but such a person was also the most terrifying kind. For example, even though the disciples of the Yang clan were quite mad, their goal was the position of successor. Once it was related to that, they would become and act very normally. However, Yang Yi didn't care about that at all. All he wanted was to kill. Returnal rank slaughter intent. Not to mention Merak's system, even if it was in Milky Way system, there were few she knew of who'd attained returnal rank slaughter intent. However, the minds of those people were clouded by their desire to kill. Such people were useless even if they possessed slaughter intent above the returnal rank. However, Yang Ye's mind was absolutely clear. Simply speaking, he controlled his slaughter intent, and it wasn't his slaughter intent that controlled him. Why was Yang Yi able to constantly surmount his realm of cultivation and do battle? It was by relying on his slaughter intent and sword intent. Even though Yang Yi was no match for Zenith Realm experts right now, once he did attain the Rebirth Realm, then even Zenith Realm experts may not be a match for him. Moreover, once he activated his bloodlines, then not to mention Zenith Realm experts. Just thinking about this caused Yang Xian's face to gradually become solemn. What's that? Yang Yi suddenly pointed ahead. There was a huge black vortex in the distance. It was so huge that it covered his entire field of vision. Actually, the vortex wasn't visible to the eye at all, and the only reason he could see it was because he possessed the laws of darkness. He sensed dense energy of darkness within the black vortex. Yang Xian restrained her thoughts and looked towards the distance, and her expression instantly changed slightly when she saw the scene there. The black hole! Yang Yi gazed at her. The black hole? She nodded. A black hole that can devour all things. Actually, it's a teleportation formation. We mainly relied on it to be teleported all the way here from Milky Way system. Otherwise, not to mention 3 months, even 30 years wouldn't be enough for us to get to Merak's system. Yang Yi said. It's dangerous, right? Of course. Yang Xian continued. It's very dangerous. Even Zenith Realm experts are easily minced into bits within it. However, you don't have to worry. We have this divine shuttle. It's extremely strong and is covered in defensive formations. Moreover, we have 11 Zenith Realm experts fortifying the defensive formations. So, we're quite safe. As she spoke, she waved her hand lightly, and the barrier of light around the shuttle instantly lit up. At the same time, the Zenith Realm experts appeared in the surroundings, and the barrier grew even stronger with them fortifying it. It didn't take long for the shuttle to enter the black hole, and it instantly started shaking violently. Yang Xian said, Don't worry. It'll take only 2 hours to pass through it. Yang Yi nodded. He was just about to speak when Yang Xian's expression suddenly changed. Watch out! As soon as she finished speaking, 2 divine shuttles suddenly appeared not too far away. They were extremely swift, and they showed no intention of moving to the side and avoiding collision. Yang Xian's gaze gradually became icy cold. They still refused to give up. Yang Ye's face was absolutely gloomy. Obviously, it was Yang Yen and Yang Danqing who'd sent more forces for him. Because both sides were traveling very swiftly, it was too late for Yang Ye's side to move aside even if they wanted to. Be careful! As soon as Yang Xian finished speaking, she was about to attack. However, the shuttles ahead of them suddenly sped up. At the same time, 10 black-robed figures suddenly appeared on Yang Xian's divine shuttle, and then 10 terrifying auras pressed down like mountains upon Yang Yi and the others. Meanwhile, the 2 divine shuttles ahead of them slammed against their divine shuttle. Rumble! As soon as they slammed against each other, all 3 of them exploded apart, and the entire black hole shook violently, and seemed like it was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was within the black hole. His expression had changed as soon as his figure left the shuttle, and then a wave of powerful suction force instantly sucked him into a black vortex. Yang Xian's expression changed drastically at the sight of that. Save him! As she spoke, she was about to charge towards the black vortex. However, one of the armored figures obstructed her path. Young miss, I can't let you do that. He may have already been swept into an unknown expanse of space. Going on now won't change anything. Yang Xian turned to look at the armored figure. Or he may have been minced into pieces by now, right? The armored figure fell silent. Chapter 16-14 The ultimate version of the laws of darkness. Yang Xian's face was terrifyingly gloomy. She turned towards the side. There were 5 black-robed figures there. All of them were enveloped by black robes and enveloped by mysterious energy, so even she couldn't see their faces clearly. However, only an idiot wouldn't be able to discern their identity. Yang Xian spoke coldly. Is your young master and young miss that afraid of my nephew? Afraid of him? The black-robed man who led the group chuckled with ridicule. Phoenix Commander, do you think he has any right to make my young master and young miss fear him? Yang Xian said. Since they aren't afraid, then why have they repeatedly sent people to kill my nephew? The black-robed man chuckled. Phoenix Commander, don't you know why? If you weren't trying to use him to draw your brother's old subordinates to your side, would my young master and young miss pay any attention to him? After all, he's just the son of an exiled member of the clan. Right, my young miss and young master asked me to give you a message. Your older brother's time is over. Phoenix Commander, it's best if you stop thinking about some things. Otherwise. Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed coldly and vanished on the spot with the other black-robed figures. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Xian's mouth, and then she gazed at the position Yang Yi had vanished from. The armored figure spoke softly. Young miss, he... Yang Xian gazed at that point for a long time, and then she said, Let's go back and wait for him. The armored figure asked. Young miss, you think he's still alive? Yang Xian laughed coldly. If it was anyone else, or even if I were to be swept into a vortex within a black hole, I would probably be unable to survive. But he... Don't forget that he has comprehended the laws of darkness. The laws of darkness. The armored figure's eyes lit up. The black holes were formed from unknown dark matter, so black holes were extremely safe to those who'd comprehended the laws of darkness. Meanwhile, Yang Xian said, It's not wise to stay here. Let's go. Her figure shook and vanished on the spot. Once she vanished, the others vanished after her. Pain. Overwhelming pain. That was what Yang Yi felt right now. At the instant when his figure was swept into the dark vortex, he felt like a million blades were slicing him apart, and his entire body felt like it was about to be reduced to pieces. Fortunately, he quickly utilized the laws of darkness, and then the pain was alleviated slightly. Once he recovered slightly, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He was surrounded by pitch-black darkness, and a mysterious wave of energy was ceaselessly moving about. He didn't know what energy it was, but he had no doubt that it was formed from dark matter. Because that energy couldn't affect him at all after he utilized the laws of darkness. After staying on the spot for some time, Yang Yi was about to leave. However, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Can I absorb that energy? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and decided to give it a try. He immediately circulated the tiny vortex within him. As soon as he did that, a wave of suction force surged out from the primordial pagoda, and then the energy in the surroundings instantly surged into him like a torrent. Yang Yi was delighted by this, and he hurriedly immersed his consciousness within his body. Once the primordial pagoda absorbed the energy, it didn't take long for strands of energy to flow out of it and into Yan Ye's body. Yan Yi was stunned when he saw the energy. Because it wasn't primordial violet energy, and it was an even purer form of the dark energy from before. It was more than 10 times purer than the dark energy around him. Once they entered Yan Ye's body, they were swiftly absorbed by his body. However, it didn't take long for even more of that pure energy to flow out from the primordial pagoda. Just like that, the primordial pagoda absorbed, converted, and provided purer energy for Yan Ye's body to absorb. Yan Yi noticed that his body seemed to be gradually undergoing a transformation. If someone was watching from outside the black vortex that Yan Yi was in, that person would notice that the black vortex was gradually shrinking. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At this moment, Yan Yi was still in the black hole. However, the black vortex he was in had vanished without a trace. Because had absorbed all the energy within it. Suddenly, Yan Yi opened his eyes, and then the black hole around him actually trembled violently. After that, it started to spin slowly like a vortex. Something else worth mentioning was that Yan Ye's eyes had actually turned pitch black. A moment of silence ensued, and then he suddenly stretched his right hand forward and clenched it. In an instant, the huge black hole he was in started to spin like a cyclone. Yan Yi fell silent for a short while, and then he took a step left. As soon as he did that, the entire black hole actually moved slightly to the left. However, it was very subtle, so he wouldn't have even noticed it if he hadn't comprehended the laws of darkness. Yan Yi was stunned when he noticed this, and then he felt delighted. After that, he moved around 30 m to the left, and the black hole actually moved 30 m to the left as well. However, it was utterly impossible to notice from the outside because the black hole was too huge. Yan Yi stood on the spot and glanced at himself. Based on his outward appearance, nothing had changed. However, he was very well aware that his body wasn't really the same anymore. It wasn't just his body, even his laws of darkness wasn't really the same anymore. Especially the laws of darkness. Previously, his laws of darkness could only prevent him from being injured within the black hole. Yet now, his laws of darkness could control the black hole. He didn't know how huge it was, but he knew that it was definitely not smaller than a small world. It could be said that the gap between his previous laws of darkness and his current laws of darkness was like the gap between the earth and the sky. Had noticed something. Even if he didn't utilize the laws of darkness, nothing would happen to him in the black hole. It was like had become completely immune to dark energy. He knew that it was definitely because of his body. No matter what, it was a good thing, or it should be said to be a very good thing. The transformation of his body allowed him to become fully immune to all harm from dark energy and dark matter. As for the improvement in his laws of darkness, it made him able to control all dark energy and dark matter. For example, this black hole. Besides that, if he fought someone now, he could enter that person's shadow without the person noticing at all, and then strike a lethal blow against that person. His laws of darkness was capable of doing that in the past, but it had become useless against cultivators at the deity realm and above. Yet now, his laws of darkness had improved. Coupled with the changes in his body, it could be said that killing a rebirth realm expert without making a single sound wasn't a problem to him at all. Not to mention rebirth realm experts, it was even possible for him to assassinate zenith realm experts. After all, he still had the sword domain. The sword domain combined with the unique characteristics of his body and the laws of darkness would make him difficult to detect, even for zenith realm experts. Of course, if a zenith realm expert was completely vigilant, then it would be difficult for him to kill that expert with a single lethal blow. There was one more important thing, and it was his new ability to control black holes. Just think about it. If he brought this black hole to Merak's system, it could be said that if no one stopped him from doing that, then once he brought the black hole to Merak's system, once he brought the Merak system into the scope of the black hole's suction force, then the entire Merak system would be swallowed into the black hole, and the only way to prevent it would be to destroy the black hole. However, could anyone accomplish that? Of course, there definitely were existences who could destroy the black hole, but such existences were definitely few. In any case, Zenith Realm experts were absolutely incapable of accomplishing that. After all, Yang Xian and the others had been absolutely careful when traveling through the black hole. However, while it seemed great when he thought about it, reality was brutal. While he could move the black hole, he couldn't move it far. Based on his estimations, his current strength was only sufficient for him to move it a few tens of thousands of kilometers. After all, controlling the black hole exhausted a huge amount of physical strength and mental strength. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the surroundings, and spoke softly. Should I tell Shadow Maiden? He seemed to have thought of something at this point, and he shook his head. Head wanted to bring Shadow Maiden into a vortex within the black hole so that she could improve her laws of darkness like he had. However, it didn't take long for him to reject that thought. Because it was impossible. The main reason Head been able to improve his laws of darkness and change his physique was the primordial pagoda. The primordial pagoda had absorbed the dark energy, converted it into a purer form of dark energy, and then allowed him to absorb that energy. Thus, his physique was changed, and his laws of darkness was improved. However, Shadow Maiden didn't have the primordial pagoda. So, the most she would be able to accomplish upon entering a vortex in the black hole was to avoid being injured and devoured by it. Yan Yi shook his head, glanced at the surroundings, and then vanished on the spot. The black hole was absolutely huge. Yan Yi flew on his sword for almost a day yet had still not reached the end of it. On the second day, he finally felt like he was at the edge of it. Around 4 hours later, Yan Yi finally left the black hole, and he only stopped upon leaving the range of its suction force. After that, he glanced at the surroundings, and his face fell when he saw the scene around him. This expanse of outer space wasn't the same one he had been in when he entered the black hole. Where am I? Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings while standing on the spot. Suddenly, he looked far away towards his left. After that, his figure shot off in that direction. Because he sensed the aura of the living there. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop because an armored man had suddenly appeared not too far ahead of him. There was a tiny character on the armored man's left chest. It was a Rebirth Realm expert. Yang Yi cupped his fist. May I know? The armored man sized up Yang Yi and spoke coldly. Fuck off! Yang Yi's face stiffened, and then he said, I just want to ask for directions. Can you? Since you refuse to leave, then die. As soon as he finished speaking, the armored man instantly appeared before Yang Yi, and then he slapped his palm down at Yang Yi's head. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.